Good day and good evening, and welcome to the Solo Challenge stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're going to attempt the Heroes Gauntlet. If it wasn't clear from the thumbnail, I'm not 100% sure it can be done. Might not be the necromancer lady that is in the thumbnail that'll stop us, but let's just say that she can instantly lead to a loss, like instantly if we get hit by the wrong thing. So we have to get that right. A little fun fact behind the scenes of that thumbnail is that I actually died to her unsynced. Because warrior can't remove doom. With that said, hey Arjibuster, hey Tristan, hey Omsi, and Travis, and Kensley, and Aradel. I hope you're all doing very well. So, as usual, we're going to be using, as usual at this point, we're basically going to be using warrior, because it's so strong. But we will, of course, attempt to mega pull everything, because it's more fun that way. And for anyone who's curious about what I'm bringing, I'm basically just bringing full 660 gear and a ring, and then relic weapon. Nothing particularly fancy, it's just that. And then we're using baked eggplant, and then I'm bringing hyper potions. And also bringing some tinctures, just in case we need a little bit more for a DPS check or something. And these are old tinctures. I have newer ones, but I'm pretty sure that we get full value out of these tinctures when synced down anyway, so it's probably the same. But we have hyper potions. They usually don't make like a huge difference now, but they do heal for nearly their full value now. So it's a lot better than you'd think in Shadowbringers. And then we basically just try to do the dungeon from start to finish, synced and alone. We used to, for anyone curious, we also used to set like minimum item level silence echo, but it turns out that this item level difference is too great, and often it wasn't even possible to solo something when it was minimum. Which we observed for a little bit of a history lesson here, that Wanderer's Palace was impossible. Like, outright impossible at minimum item level. Because you drop to item level 45. Which is extra weird, because I'm pretty sure you have, like, item level 50 pieces originally in A Realm Reborn at that point. Like, I'm pretty sure you unlock your chest piece for your for your job set, and I'm pretty sure the chest piece is item level 50 or something, and the rest of the set is 45, something like that. So Wanderer's Palace was like kinda undertuned by that logic. Or no, that's wrong. It's more like it was beaten with gear you had already kinda collected when it came out, which is actually normal now that I think about it, because current content does that too. Also, hey Gazel and Giraheen, hope you're both doing very well. And with that, let's get to it. I'm reasonably confident that the first boss is soloable, because I think the scariest thing it has is a tank buster. Tristan says, isn't there also item level 90 job gear that you get at 50? Oh yeah, that was added after A Realm Reborn. If you've seen in some of the A Realm Reborn dungeons that they drop things like antique tokens of some sort of gear piece or whatever. Those can be used to exchange for this kind of gear if you lose it, so you can get it again. So like, after... I don't know if they did it in Heavensward or in Stormblood. But at some point, they just went, you just get that. Because it helped bridge a massive item level gap. By just handing you that. I think it's something like that. See, I wasn't there in A Realm Reborn, so I wouldn't know for sure. I think I have to start kiting now. Oh, that's concerning. I specifically really want to get rid of the White Mage because I'm reasonably confident that it can actually cast heals. I'm pretty sure it can. So I don't want it alive when the rest of the pack is... Oh yeah, there's Absolute Cure. That better have a cooldown or this isn't going to work. Yeah, also there's spread markers on a trash pack. And all of the mobs here are like actual jobs. And while they name the attacks differently, they're basically using attacks we use. Whoa, that was close. Whew. For a second there I thought the healer was going to survive because they sniped with a heal. Now they get to be the White Mage that used Benediction one fraction of a second too late. Always gets concerning when I greed a little too hard and then I realize the mobs can keep up with me. Oh. Right. One target left. And it is of course the Paladin. You better not have clemency. Rage of the Valkyries. Recompense instead of atonement. Blades Benison. That looked like a unique action. One that Paladin doesn't have, at least. One pack done. Hey Vicels, hope you're doing well. We're at the end of Shadowbringers with this series, as you can see. Boink. There's actually an extra mob that appears a little later there. Wow, they do a lot more damage than I had anticipated. Hey Vyak, hope you're doing well. There's not a healer in this pack, so I just need to make sure that I step away in time. Yeah. They have a lot of gap closers in this one. Yikes. they do a lot of damage while chasing. This is actually kinda scary. Yeah. Okay, I pretty much just need to kite the moment that my raw intuition is out. Otherwise, I don't actually have the HP to survive. Like, while I'm running, many of them are just, like, wailing on me. Because they can just teleport to me. Ah, yes, of course, there's also a bard over there. Hey, Liv. Hope you're doing well. Alright, one mob down. Ow, that's a lot of damage. Hey, 11. Hope you're doing well. No fish today. What's the paladin doing? What the dog doing? You two are incredibly unhelpful, you know that? Hey, Coco. It's not the mine dungeon. This is the one where you run to Crystarium, basically. It's the one that leads to Seat of Sacrifice. I'm impressed that the bard has taken this much damage. Actually, never mind. I just realized that the bard shoots at you and then goes, should probably go in melee range, and then just runs up to you for no good reason. Maybe that's why I never realized there were ranged mobs in this pack. Because the ranged mob doesn't actually make use of its ability to be at range. I don't know what part of this pack is making it hurt so much. I would guess that it's either the Dragoon or maybe it was just the army of monks just going crazy. Range is for weak and ills. But maybe the bard is like, well, I've always been told to get up close if I don't need to be at range, so here I go. Bard got forced to play physical range in their static and is playing like a melee out of spite. This is a weird static. They didn't even bring a healer. They just bring a paladin, 3 monks, and a dragoon and a bard. Staying in range for party buff. Oh, I didn't even I didn't see any buffs on the enemies. Did they have something? Because actually that would make sense. They want to unsync you so they don't need healers. That is an interesting perspective. Hey, Traverse, on the bright side, the first 2 bosses, you can kinda freestyle it, I think. Like, you can make it by just guessing. The final boss has something much more cruel. If I remember correctly, when I did Heroes Gauntlet the first time, I think we wiped, like, multiple times to the final boss. But only the final boss. Not the wheel says, I don't know if the final boss is going to be possible. See, the key thing that matters in regards to whether it's possible or not, I think, is highly dependent on whether he scales down to hit the amount of people that are there. Because if he does, then this might be perfectly fine. And it wouldn't be the first time that we have a boss where it's like, oh, this might be impossible. And then, oh, the boss just goes, well, there's only one person here, so... And then it's way easier. I need to move. Whoa! Almost got hit there. Well, it doesn't seem like it has a stack marker, at least not yet. And if I can use Equilibrium every time it uses Tank Buster, then this is absolutely easy. Whoa! Guy 2024. That's what I want on my tombstone. Whoa! Yeah, it sounds right, not the wheels. I'm pretty sure the second boss is beatable. I don't know if the last boss is beatable. I can picture why the last boss might not be beatable, but I can also imagine how it might be beatable. It all depends on how it deals with me coming in alone, I think. So if it is unbeatable, we will probably realize almost immediately when it gets us. But I prefer, like, if a boss has some sort of mechanic that makes it impossible to solo, I would actually prefer, just for my own sanity, that it is something where it's like, yeah, there was no chance. Like, there was no way I could have beaten that. Instead of it being something where, well, maybe if you were just not bad at the game. If you just got good, then it would probably be fine. But unfortunately, you're not good. That was what that was how it felt when I did is it Doma Castle? The one with the guy with the cup that doesn't runneth over anymore. Because we managed by some Herculean effort to break through the cup guy, despite him basically having the capacity to insta-kill you multiple times, like every 2 minutes or something. But then the last boss, I believe it's called Inferno. He did so much just auto-attack damage, which ramped over the course of the fight, that even, like, he only ramps up to 3 times, if I remember correctly. But by the time, like, by his default state, he could outrun my self-healing. So, like, if he just, like, just stood his ground and fought me, he would win. But then he got stronger. And it took so long to just get to him, because I believe it required a little bit of luck to get through Cup Guy. That I didn't have enough time to try enough that I felt that I had given it my fair go. But it would take so long to get back there again that I just said, let's not do that again. Oh yeah, same, not the wheel. I also prefer that the thing that kills me is something where I'm like, if it's something where you need 2 players, that kind of sucks. But if it's like really, like, if it is impossible to beat, it's easier to deal with in that perspective. If the boss, like, goes, oh well, there's a DPS check you can't meet, or the boss does too much damage, you can't survive that. Instead of it being like, oh, over the course of like 8 minutes, the boss will like slowly wear you down. And if you play perfectly and get lucky crit heals and stuff, then you might be able to win. But I don't think you have time for that. It's a little difficult to explain. It's just, if it can't be beaten, it would be nice to know for certain that it's not possible. Myself, as I remember, no, I soloed that dungeon. Which dungeon? Doma Castle? Is it Doma Castle? Actually, I think it's Castrum Abania, now that I think on it. It's Castrum Abania, right? Oh yeah, Doma Castle was the one with the death wheel that did true damage on its stack marker, which I soloed just fine. Sorry about that. Sorry about that mix-up. On the other hand, it can get a little boring when a boss fight is like this, and it just takes like... Anyone had a time on that? When did we start this fight? 8 minutes ago or something? 7 minutes ago? Like when the boss is just a big blob of HP, but it has no ability to kill you. Hey Zaf, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, that does make sense, Giraheen. But yeah, Doma Castle was also quite difficult. I believe it took multiple attempts to get it, specifically because I had to figure out that the wheel thing stack marker did true damage, or unique damage, or whatever you want to call it. It ignored my active, my mitigation, and just did its full damage every time. So I needed to have enough HP to live it. And then I had to like space out all of my other cooldown to the rest of its attacks. Which is really counterintuitive, because obviously the hardest attack the boss has is the thing you would use your defensive cooldowns on. Spectral Thief doing the greatest heist, stealing your time. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Like, if it takes, like, 20 minutes to get the first third of the fight, that's probably fine. Like, we're usually not hurting that much for time, and if we get to the final boss with, like, 40 minutes to spare, that's actually really good. So then we have, like, 4 tries from start to finish, which doesn't count the attempts where we might die early. But it was quite funny. I do remember I was testing some things on Inferno, because it spawns ads. It spawns 2 ads, where one ad is like a Magitech Deathclaw, that if it reaches you, basically stun locks you to death. Like, it just grabs you. So you have to deal with it at range, and if you're going to use a melee attack on it, it has to be the last hit. Otherwise, you're dead. And the other Magitech Deathclaw that also spawns, it just like slowly floats over to like a big machine and puts in like a battery or something. And a few times throughout the fight, the boss will walk up to this place and then get like a damage boost of some sort. If you stop the Magitech Deathclaw, then the boss only like goes up 1 stage in power. I believe it could upgrade both of its arms 3 times, so it caps out at like 6 things, right? But if the battery makes it to its destination, then it instead like gets 2 upgrades instead of just 1. But if it is already fully upgraded, so there's nothing left, then this particular Deathclaw will no longer spawn. Which was mildly significant for a warrior, because you could AoE Raw Intuition on the claw. Oh, Absolute Protect? That sounds like not good. Sounds like a terrible idea. I think you should not do that. And of course, it's a Glare Mage. Why wouldn't it be? How much did that heal? Used Absolute Cure? I mean, yeah, that is that was what happened with Inferno, is that by the time that the boss had been fully boosted, it didn't really matter, because I was about dead anyway. Like, there was nothing I could do. Speaking of nothing I can do. So I'm just tired of guild tests and mental roulette. How many guild tests did you get? Huh? All these mentors being like, oh, it's all guild tests. Me meanwhile do 20 mentor roulettes and get like 1. Where you finding all these guild tests? Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. I don't know if I'm winning yet, actually. You can suggest them, Visels. There's a reasonable chance I've already done them. Yeah, guild tests are very easy. I can see how, like, if you're doing, say, mental roulette just to like have some fun, then on the one hand, it's easy clears if you just get guild tests. On the other hand, it's not very interesting. Myself says Grand Cosmos. I beat that one. It's actually the hardest fight with the second boss. The first boss was also quite challenging because one mistake could wipe you, but the second boss was the real hard one because you can't actually kill the plants, like the ads. You just have to deal with the fallout of them being quote-unquote ignored. The last boss is also extremely easy. I've soloed that one from like half HP with Dark Knight back in Shadowbringers, so it's just the second boss. Hey Wavers, hope you're doing well. And indeed, Visels, we could not beat the DPS check in Amarot. We tried. Meanwhile, Blue Mage can do it very easily, because Blue Mage can cheat. You put Mortal Flame on the boss, and then you just kill all except one of the ads. And then you just, like, have tea or something with that one ad you're fighting until you're done. Like, until the boss has, like, 1 HP left, and then you kill the ad, and then the boss comes back, and then you just, like, breathe on them. Throw sardine at them. But yeah, basically, Vicels, we've been doing the Shadowbringers dungeons in order. So if you need to know whether I've done or attempted one, you just have to check your duty, like your duty finder menu, and see whether the dungeon I'm in right now is like listed lower or higher. That's all you need to check. Hey, Eater It! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, indeed, Emir. All of the Dragoons in this dungeon are absolutely not floor tanks. Almost, yeah, Vicels. That's why I said we are in the like at the end of Shadowbringers, because there's only 3 dungeons left. I will try and see if I can finish them all today. Ah! Seed of Sacrifice. But I don't think that one can be soloed. Like, just at all. That's the joke. Exactly, Saf. I do recall seeing when they added Shadowbringers, like level 80 Blue Mage, that there was specifically a note in the patch notes as well that was like, there are no actions in Seed of Sacrifice for Blue Mage. Like, I'm pretty sure they outright said so. Which is fair, because a full Blue Mage group would not be able to do Seed of Sacrifice, to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure that he just kills you through Diamondback if you don't LB3. I think. Hey, Zydite. Hope you're doing well. And thank you, Aridel. Let me just post an actual link so it's a little bit easier. I think that it isn't possible. I haven't gone and tested it myself, but I'm pretty sure that the boss just kills you. Like that it isn't, it does X damage. I'm pretty sure it checks whether you had LB3, and if you do, then it won't kill you, but just do a ton of damage. If you don't, then it just goes, I think. It says you can cheese LB4 with a well-timed res. Oh yeah, that could be. Well, can you? I think I've heard that if someone is dead for the intermission, where you have, you know, the active time maneuver, they cannot succeed the button mash. And if one person fails the button mash, you lose. I'm pretty sure it's something like that. I believe that gives Doom, if I remember correctly. That gives Doom, so if you get hit by that, it's over. Oh. Right. There's just 4 of them then. How much damage are we talking? Ow! Let's walk over here, Necromancer. Oh, right, you could kill yourself as the Blue Mage. That's true, Eater. That is a good point. You could use self-destruct. That is true. I hadn't actually thought about that, but that makes perfectly good sense. Oh, there's only one this time? Oh, phew. That makes things slightly easier. I think I heard somewhere that it was suggested that Necromancer is too much of a, like, kinda inherently evil kind of, like, job. It's like that it would make very little sense for the Warrior of Light to be it. You could also say that about Reaper in some respects, but I feel like it's easier to, ignore that little detail with the way Reaper works. Whereas Necromancer is a little too hard to argue that, oh no, it's the good guy. Like, often I feel like in RPGs where you're supposed to be the good guys and you can be a Necromancer, it does feel a little difficult because it's not unlikely that the enemies are also things like Necromancers. Like, how come you're the good guy? How does that work? How come that your Necromancy is okay but theirs is not? Chaos? I don't think I've ever seen this mechanic before. Or have I? It's just raid-wide, so it's not that bad, but I don't think I've seen that before. I'm pretty sure we're in new territory as far as boss mechanics are concerned, because this fight doesn't last this long normally. Excuse me? Right, this is a new combination. 4 chaser boys and half the room covered. But she's doing a ton of damage. So unlike the first boss, where it felt like it was a foregone conclusion that I had already won, this feels a lot more like, if I mess up, it's over. Necromancer healer sounds quite interesting. I wonder if they would then also have pets? Would that make sense? Did my combo run out? I think it did. Necromancer in Final Fantasy V? Does anyone know, for the topic of this discussion, does anyone know if Necromancer was a job in a Final Fantasy game? Like any Final Fantasy game. Says yes, in 5. Oh. Necromancers are just healers with bad timing. Yep. Hey Dofund, hope you're doing well. Heal by raising party members from their death sound pretty dumb in practice. It does. But I will say that I have seen someone, like, I have seen the suggestion that some people said they would like to have Dark Knight, like a Dark Knight rework where they put more emphasis on TBN. Like, put a way shorter cooldown on not on TBN, sorry, on Living Dead. Put a way shorter cooldown on Living Dead. So that, like, their gameplay loop is avoiding death instead of what we have now. The general perspective I have on that is, if you have a tank whose entire gameplay style is that they regularly are unkillable, That sounds incredibly hard to make fair and balanced. Like, brutally difficult to make fair and balanced. But a Necromancer as a healer would be kinda like that, wouldn't it? On says they used an oath ability and dark arts spells. Interesting. It would make Dark Knight what Warrior is now, but more pronounced. Well, the difference is that Warrior can be invulnerable once every 4 minutes. This suggestion would be like that your main way of mitigation would be that you just are unkillable and then you recover from your death. So, like, I don't know, like, they did, like, it wasn't specified because it was just like an open idea, like, maybe we could do this. Where they, so, like, it could be that what the person was thinking, like, oh yeah, imagine if Living Dead had a 30-second cooldown. Or maybe like a 40 or 50-second cooldown, I don't know. So it could be used more aggressively, but you didn't have very many other cooldowns. It's like, maybe you didn't have Shadow Wall, maybe you didn't have Dark Mind, maybe you didn't have TPN, but you had Living Dead, and you had Living Dead a lot. Obviously, that would be completely busted in a Savage fight, because every time a Tank Buster comes up, it's just, well, the Dark Knight just invulns it. It sounds cool, it's just impossible to make fair and balanced in any way. Oh, that's what you mean, Girain. Yeah, Warrior is weirdly like the unkillable tank in more casual content. That is true. Yes! Yes! I can keep my damage uptime! I'm a genius! Thank you for the summary, y'all. It is quite weird how Dark Knight works as a tank in Final Fantasy XIV, but it isn't the only job that is like completely different in 14 compared to other Final Fantasy entries. Like, I'm pretty sure if Black Mage should be true to like its roots, it should have like, well, I mean, it should run out of MP, right? And that's kind of the weakness of Black Mage in Final Fantasy games, is that it is one of the fastest ways to connect your MP to the boss's HP bar. You just, like, direct connection, just flare. But at some point you run out. And also Black Mage should have some debuffs as well, that is also true. Like, we can go on and on, there's more examples like that. But because we want them to fit in the mold of the Holy Trinity formula of tank, healer, DPS in Final Fantasy XIV, it can sometimes be hard. Like, any way that you could possibly try to make a Dark Knight that is true to its roots would almost certainly be a nightmare to deal with, because Dark Knight is known to use its HP as a resource. This kind of works. This works in PvP because, I mean, it's your problem if you die there. Like, if you greed too hard, then it makes sense. But in PvE, could you imagine a DPS job, a DPS Dark Knight, who can spend their HP to do more damage? I have a feeling that healers would hate that. Like, absolutely hate it. Because all those Dark Knights that don't know when is enough. Just spam for full DPS. Healers adjust. You know the drill. Samurai could also be cool as a tank, yeah. like more parry-centric, which is actually quite interesting because Dark Knight was originally a tank that was focused on parrying. For those that don't know, Reprisal, so the attack, the ability you use to reduce all damage of enemies around you by 10%, used to be a single target Dark Knight ability, I think. I can't remember if it was a weapon skill or an ability, but it doesn't really matter. What mattered is that it was only accessible after you parried. But you had this buff you could use, like a little bit like camouflage, called Dark Dance, I believe, which gave you, I think it gave you dodge, but if you used Dark Arts on it, it gave parry instead, or something weird like that. Maybe it was opposite. Or maybe it gave both when you used Dark Arts, but the point is that you had an ability that specifically boosted your parry chance, a bit like Gunbreaker has now. So Dark Knight was kind of like a, kind of like a samurai parrying attacks as well. And they just moved away from that. Turns out that random chance-based mitigation isn't super fun. That's a Lalafell Dragoon, by the way. Summoner Tank is also a funny one. Not the wheels, maybe after level 100 we could start doing job specs. The idea is interesting. I have a feeling that it might be really difficult to balance, but that would be an interesting, like, if you made them so that it was like, instead of getting new jobs, they just added like sub-jobs that you could like switch to for a specific job. That could work. That would also mean that you didn't have like an infinitely increasing, expanding list of jobs. Healer warrior. Just walk up to you and smack you with the axe. Boom. You are healthy now. Nothing changes. You just switch to healer warrior, and the only thing that changes is that now your icon is green. And you can queue as a healer. You have duty finder groups where you have a tank and a warrior. Finally, Glare Mage becomes reality. Finally, you can be DPS White Mage. By the way, the reason why I didn't even try to run up there is because the next pack doesn't spawn until this pack is dead. Indeed, Master, Paladin used to have that. You could use shield swipe after a block. It wasn't super great. Like, if you've tried Black Mage at level 50, where, like, to get maximum damage, you have to make sure that you use your Fire 3 Firestarter procs immediately when you get the proc. So, like, basically after every cast, you have to sit there, like, watching your bars like a hawk to be sure you don't miss it. That's basically shield swipe. You had to be ready the exact moment that, like, you blocked something so you could use it. And you had a few seconds to use it, but you had to, you know, spend it so you could get another proc. I could imagine that, Cyanide. The two healer types feel very different. Mia says, my first and only Final Fantasy game before 14 was 3? Interesting. I played a few different ones, but the main draw for me was that Red Mage was in the game. Because it's like one of my favorite like jobs in the Final Fantasy franchise as a whole. But Red Mage is actually another example of how a job got gimped or like simplified in 14 so that it could fit in the mold of, well, it's a DPS. If Red Mage could be Red Mage in Final Fantasy 14, it could easily pass as a pass off as a healer as well, like it should be. I mean, Mazu, the benefit is that every time you land in Labyrinth of the Ancients, Circus Tower, World of Darkness, you're ready. Here we have the grand finale. Oh, 43 minutes. I got here earlier than I expected. Yeah, as Gazel says, a thing that we often forget when we look back on how Paladin used to work is that... Oh, here it comes. How much damage are we talking? That's a lot. That was with around 28% damage reduction. But yeah, back in A Realm Reborn, Conjurers and Scholars learned a trait that basically said you can use Raise in combat now. And because it was a trait, even though Paladin could pick Raise from the Conjurer list, you didn't get the trait. So, like, yeah, it used to be that they had Raise, but, like, when people talk about that, they often forget that little detail that didn't quite work like that. Yeah, I get what you were going for, not the wheels. I get what you were going for was that... that you wanted a race that actually worked in combat for a healer paladin, which makes sense. Ah, yes. Use time on an attack that I can sidestep. That is a massive mistake, buddy. What would be the point of non-battle rest? Let me put it like this, Iterate. With the old cross-class system, there were a lot of idiotic options you could pick that had no reason to ever be picked, but you could. Like, jobs had actions that you would never choose. Like, there was no good reason to pick them. But you could if you wanted to. And one of those was out of combat race. And Caetsu and Type they'll be both doing very well. Well, Type, what we're going to get in, like, the thing is, right now, the reason why it makes sense to have, that maybe having Raise as a role action for, like, all the caster DPS is that only one of them does not have Raise. But once we get to Dawntrail, Pictomancer will also lack Raise, which means that it won't be a case of, well, basically all mage DPS has it. It's some of them have it. So it would start to make less sense to expect a role action for it. But I get what you mean. But yeah, there were a lot of really, really silly role action choices you could make. Or rather, cross-class actions you could make. And a lot of it was just, well, it kind of makes sense for them to have it, right? And it wasn't exactly helped by the fact that you could only bring 5. And there were usually like around 5 of them that were, you know, kinda good. So you wanted to bring those. Which then meant that those more dubious options you just wouldn't choose. Also, by the way, I think the bosses ran out of mechanics. Which is, on the one hand, very concerning, and on the other hand, reassuring. Concerning, because I don't like having to tank his stack marker so often. Not the biggest fan of that. Nice, Saf. Cyanide says, can't wait to start Dawn Trail dungeons and everyone in the instance is a Viper. Well, this time we have 2 DPS, so there's a reasonable chance that every group will be Viper, Pixomancer, tank, and a healer who's just there for the ride. Oh man, now that he no longer gives me rocks to hide behind, that stack marker is really, really breaking me down on cooldowns. I should make sure to use Rampart first. I think I'll get more uses of those. I should have done that in the opposite order. Oh well. Don't think I wasted any healing. I mean, it is actually quite funny, speaking of mages, like mage DPS with a res, is that because Summoner has, like, reasons to use their Swift Cast on other things, it is a lot more likely that if someone dies, that the Summoner is just going to be like, what do you mean? Mine is on cooldown. You have to figure that out on your own. So if you really need a mage DPS to be, like, to have the res in case you need it, then it almost always boils down to you probably need a red mage then. Because they can just magician a Swift Cast out of their pocket if you need one. I've also been that Summoner type. But I do think if I was on prog as a Summoner, there's a better chance that I would just go, well, maybe I should save my Swift Cast. Enjoy your meeting, Travis. Also, I think I've won. I'm pretty sure I won. Like, unless he starts doing more damage, I've won. He can't beat me. I've consistently been able to stop his attacks. Even when I didn't have Rampart or Vengeance available, I was still able to live. It's like, I just have to do this for, like, 3 minutes. That's also a good idea, Steve. Like, just because you're on proc as a summoner doesn't mean necessarily that you have to be ready with the race every time. Like, if no one's dying at specific parts, you can absolutely get away with using your Swift Cast for damage then. I also love playing with Sprout Cyanide. It's actually very fun to do hard content with people doing, like, for their first time. But mostly if they're willing to learn, right? Then it's especially fun. Emir says, what job should I level out of Bard or White Mage? I would say Bard. I would say Bard. It's a good thing this song loops. Otherwise, this would be very quiet. Could you imagine if the boss fight takes too long, the song just ends? That was a little bit scary. Tanking that mega hit with basically a paper shield. Oof, just take over 30k damage, no big deal. No big deal. There we go. So the one thing that I wasn't sure about with this particular fight was, is he going to is he going to do the stack marker move per person, or will he do it 4 times on me? And if he does it 4 times on me, will he give me someone to share it with? The answers to that were, he's going to do the stack marker once, he's going to give me rocks twice, and he's going to use the stack marker repeatedly. After that, I'm a bit surprised that, like, this is another case. Some of you might remember last time in Anamnesis and Ida, I had immense trouble with the last boss because I couldn't, stop the ads from spawning, and while the ads were there, the boss kind of just stood there and just bashed me in with tank busters. So I was falling behind, but the boss only summons ads 2 times. So once the ads were over, I could start to recover my cooldowns. Yeah, it's just two big holes here. Don't worry about it, everyone. Blah, blah, blah. When the overlay freezes all the time. Says, I've leveled my White Mage and all crafters and gatherers to 90, but that's it. White Mage has been a ton of fun, but it's got me stuck at dead ends. What? Are you having trouble beating dead ends? As White Mage? Like, are you doing it with duty support or going with other players? I was like, hey Fernando, hope you're doing well. Yeah, apparently you can beat Heroes Gauntlet solo. Says support. Is there a particular part that you're having trouble with? Like a particular boss? We did dead ends on the last stream, didn't we? I've got the AoEs and things down, but the supports have issues. That sounds strange. I haven't heard about that before. So, I have a clip here of me doing the dungeon from a tank's perspective. We did just a few days ago. Just speeding to the boss part. I don't know what you mean with grind them up a bit more. They should be level 90. They should be level 90. So this boss. So what the Omn is saying is that the duty support NPCs are having trouble with the fight, which sounds a little strange to me. But here, for example, my advice, just give it in case anyone wants it, is keep the wind in your back. I also say this in the stream, I believe. Right, so the tip here is make sure you have the wind in your back. Make sure you have the wind in your back. Because if you have the wind blowing in your face, then you are almost certainly going to get run over by all these AoEs. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. It's going to be the chase AoEs. It is back. Because if you have the wind blowing in your face, then you are almost certainly going to get... Sip says, I recall the bots dying a lot on that boss as well. Interesting. Right, the only thing you really can do is that the safe spot is down here, right? And you have to go over here. What if you're the White Mage in the group? Then I would say I'm pretty sure that you only really need the tank alive. I'm pretty sure you just need the tank alive. So if they all get stomped, rest the tank. Run over by another thing that is worth keeping in mind. Let me just mute that. Another thing keeping in mind is if you get hit by any of these, you get a debuff that is basically doom. You need to use a Suna for that or the person dies. So if you don't do that, you'll wipe. You have to Suna every person that gets hit, even once. And if they get hit again after you use a Suna, you have to do it again. Assuming they don't just flat out die. But I don't think... Are there any stack markers in this fight? Because if there's not any stack markers, I can't recall if there is one. And let me just see. This one, as I instruct here, it's better if you stack up. This one, you just have to stand next to someone. So again, if you just have the tank alive, you stand up next to the tank, and then you're good. There's a donut AoE. And then there's the wind again. But this time there's a donut AoE before you can go into the safe spot. And of course we end the fight rather quickly. But the one thing you need the tank for is that pox flail, and you need someone to tank the boss for you. Like, that's basically what you need. And if there's no stack marker, then you need Like, if there's no stack marker, then you just need the tank alive. If you just make sure that, I guess, Thancred is alive, then you can win. Then you can survive. It would be a lot easier if you just went with other players. Yeah, because the other players are likely to understand it. And at least they will learn. Like, you can... If you wipe to it, you can tell them what to do, and you can be sure they do better instead of bots that just randomly decide that they don't know it this time. All the boss mechanics have a debuff in Dead Ends, yeah? Well, it's pretty normal in dungeons in general that if you mess up a mechanic that... Like, if you mess up a mechanic that is supposed to be dodged, you'll get a vulnerability stack. That is pretty normal in most dungeons. But the first and the third boss in Dead Ends has mechanics that give you a Doom debuff. And the first boss you have to use a Sooner for, and I'm pretty sure on the third boss you have to use... I'm pretty sure you have to use... to just heal them fully for them to recover. Yeah, it would, like, if you're stuck on it, I would say just, like, run with players. Right. Hachibuster says, this doesn't look like a solo challenge. We're going over some mechanics for on. Right, so next up, we have Matoya's Relict. Matoya's Relict is a dungeon that I felt was probably the easiest, possibly the easiest dungeon in Shadowbringers. Like, it was so easy. I remember when I did it on release day, I believe I did it as Scholar. I barely had to do anything. I was just attacking. I'm glad to hear that, Thank you so much. Typical Scholar experience. Oh yeah, my friend who was tanking, I believe they were tanking as warrior as well, but that was in Shadowbringers, so we didn't have the broken version of Raw Intuition and Nascent Flash that we have now. It was just 25% lifesteal, which is way worse. Yeah, indeed, you get just 25% lifesteal. It's just funny because, like, I hit here for, like, you know, like 1 to 2k per hit, right? But when I activate Raw Intuition, I heal for like 4 to 6k. So basically, if this was translated to lifesteal, then Raw Intuition is like 300% lifesteal, where we used to have just 25. It's so insane. It of course doesn't account for when you're doing it with stronger attacks, but you know, still the comparison is that even if it was just Overpower and Mithril Tempest, it's still like 300 to 400% lifesteal it would equate to. It's quite silly. Like, back when I was farming things for relics in Shadowbringers, in Boja, I would use the Blood Drinker or Blood Sucker is essence to get extra lifesteal while doing Giga Pulls as I didn't need to use Raw Intuition there. That was really dumb. to like have extra lifesteal. But if I went in there now, I have actually gone in there recently just to check. I did absolutely not need additional lifesteal because Raw Intuition is completely busted. You should take your solo skills into deep dungeons. I have. One of the first stream series on this channel was actually me attempting Palace of the Dead as summoner. We wiped at like floor 170 something. It's just that deep dungeons require more attention, and one mistake sends you back, like one mistake too many sends you back to the very start. And then there's a lot of hours, potentially, of something that isn't particularly interesting, just to get back where you were. There's also the part that some of the aspects of soloing deep dungeons is more about knowing deep dungeons than being good at soloing. Like, it's not exactly the same. What they're going to do with Bloodwedding and Dawn Trail? That's an excellent question. My hypothesis, I don't base this on anything in particular, but my guess is that there's a reasonable chance that they might nerf Bloodwedding. They just reverted back to 25% lifesteal. This was good without being broken. Let's just stick with that. It's probably for the best. Obama says, I imagine this has been said 400 times before, but what if Raw Intuition healed for 150% of its current healing value for the first enemy hit, and then like 25% for every remaining enemy? I haven't heard that. Like, I have heard this kind of suggestion, but not that particularly specific. But yeah, something like that I think would actually be a lot better than what we currently have in terms of balance, because the problem with Raw Intuition and Bloodwedding is that on single target, Bloodwedding is really, really good for self-healing, right? It's incredibly good. But on AoE, it's completely off the charts, like completely broken. Like, it's completely unfairly busted. Oh, it just reduces down to 1. Excellent. I was just thinking, what will I do with those 3? That's going to hurt a lot. And then the boss took pity on me. Yeah, I think that would be a better way to do it. And I think it was Ymir that gifted you that membership, Obama. It might have been Coco, but I think that one specifically was from Ymir. Maz says, I'm worried about more buttons on hotbars. Based on the fact that we've seen actions be removed or combined to reduce keybind count in Endwalker, I'm pretty sure that the developers already recognize that they have reached the breaking point. And based on what I've seen, I think that the count they're aiming for is around 32. Including roll actions. Around 32 including roll actions. So if your job already has that or more, then there's a really good chance that you're not getting more actions. They're maybe removing some things, combining some things, or reworking some things. Maybe they'll give you some traits, but I have a feeling that they won't go beyond like 32. Because there's a lot. Since when do we have Obama in the community? Don't worry about it, Caetsu. Don't break his cover. And yeah, I was just saying that Obama was asking who gifted the membership. That's bad. I had to choose between dodging the mechanic or putting the mud ball in the hole. Upgrading camouflage to 100% parry rate. You know, that doesn't sound bad. Like that sounds pretty reasonable. I think that wouldn't be broken, actually. Oh boy, oh boy. Which ball do I have to aim? Did you know that this boss has a stack marker? Did you notice that? Did you know this boss has a stack marker? I learned myself, like from someone else, that this boss has a stack. I think I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. I learned from someone else, like having trouble with the fight, who was like, oh man, yeah, that stack marker got me, and I was like listening to them like explaining it while I was like progressing the MSQ past. I was like, it has a stack marker? Where? Not Reliance, as I heard multiple people say it's getting a big nerf to its sustain, but I don't believe it. What if Warrior loses sustain? What does it have left? Well, I mean, my perspective on it is that its self-sustain is getting nerfed. What Warrior has, and what I think that they'll make sure that it keeps, is the self-sustain it has on one target, because the thing is, Warrior isn't overpowered in a single target fight. It's just that the other tanks are a little bit more focused on taking less damage. Warrior is instead focused on dealing with the aftermath of healing up after they take the big damage, which is really good when you're soloing. Because then you're basically bringing your own healer. As long as you have enough damage reduction that you can survive the hit, which Warrior has, then it doesn't matter that it has less damage reduction than the other tanks. So they can absolutely nerf Warrior's self-sustain without breaking Warrior completely. They absolutely can. And there's also the part that you don't need to be completely immortal on an AoE pull for it to be relevant. Like, Warrior would still be fine if Raw Intuition only like healed for one target hit. Uh-oh. Lightsail says every time when I say probably Warrior will probably be nerfed and Dawn Trail, people get angry with me. See, the thing is that the people, like some people that are like, I hope Warrior gets nerfed in Dawn Trail, are usually approaching it with some sort of like malicious perspective where they're like, I want Warrior to be bad because it's better than the tank I like. Which is of course why the Warrior players get more defensive. They use Bloodwetting on your insults. Or you'd hope they do. Instead they use Vengeance and strike you back with a counter. But I think it's mainly because the people that are like, yeah, I hope Warrior gets nerfed, or I think Warrior gets nerfed, is that it needs some clarification. See, the thing is, the people that say, I think Dark Knight is getting buffed and Warrior is getting nerfed, is usually because they take it from the dungeon perspective. In a dungeon, Warrior is completely off the charts broken. And Dark Knight is considered like the weak link among the tanks. But Dark Knight is fine in a dungeon. Even at lower levels. In fact, at some particular points, it is equal to and almost better than Warrior. And then Warrior gets Raw Intuition, right? But in a raid encounter, in a Savage raid, in fact, Warrior and Dark Knight are almost perfectly even because Dark Knight's lack of self-healing is not really important and Warrior's immense self-healing is, again, not really that important. Because there's so many other healing sources that, so what if you have less self-healing? Who cares? So, like, if we're going to have, like, a more fair standpoint on that, I think what we really, like, what I would say is I think that Warrior is getting a slight nerf to its self-sustain on AoE. Single target, I could imagine that they might, like, maybe buff it a little bit. Like, as a little bit of a, like, as a compensation for breaking your insane self-healing. That they go, well, then you have this instead. And then, on the other end, they might give Dark Knight a little bit better self-sustain so that they're more even. Hey Xavius, hope you're doing well. Mother says favorite raid series. I think that I really liked the Omega raid series, but I didn't do it Savage on patch, so it's mostly based on what I think is cool and less about like mechanically. And part of what made me think Omega is really cool is because it had enough references to other Final Fantasy games that I started, like, as I was playing through it, I was like, oh, I wonder what the next boss is a reference to, which, of course, made me a little bit disappointed when sometimes the boss is not a reference. I was like, oh, I was hoping to learn something new. I also like all the raids. I also think Alexander, like specifically Alexander himself, like the Primal itself is super cool. But like an entire raid series, then I would probably choose Omega instead. Oh, that's why I'm taking so much damage. Some of the mobs have tank busters. Or was that like... But they don't do that much sustained damage, and then I lose half my HP in an instant, and then it's just because some of the mobs just go whoop. Yazul says, after trying tanking with Dark Knight myself, the bad Dark Knights stand out a lot more when a Q is a healer. See, that's also something that I've noticed, is that once I figured out what what you had to do different to survive easily as a Dark Knight, it starts to become like when people are like, oh yeah, Dark Knight is bad, it can't tank good compared to the other tanks. I'm sitting there like, what are you doing different than me? Because I'm not having major issues. Like, just because the tank isn't self-sufficient doesn't mean that it's bad. Spam TBN. That's basically step 1. Hey, Kozari. Hope you're doing well. And welcome back, Traverse. It's actually not Reliance. You don't even need to use Abyssal Drain smartly. Like, when I've been using my defensive cooldowns well... with an okay to good healer, I don't actually lose enough HP to warrant sitting on Abyssal Drain for that eventuality. But that is also something you can do. Ononako says, do you think you'll do a video covering Dark Knight misconceptions? I don't know. Because the thing is, I don't know what I would put in that. Fernando says, what is a tank buster specifically? Basically, it's an attack that strikes a single target for a lot of damage. And it usually targets whoever has the most enmity at the moment. Which is usually the tank. So it busts the tank. Oops. Also that, as Sav says, usually, mostly in higher difficulty content, a tank buster will kill a non-tank if they take it instead. And in fact, in Savage content, it is pretty common that if a tank takes a tank buster raw with no defensive cooldowns, they just die. And that's also true, as Not Reliant says. Sometimes a tank buster can also be AoE, which means that you have to be careful about your positioning while taking it, so that people near you don't just get sniped. But yeah, the general idea is a tank buster is an attack directed at a single person that does a huge amount of damage. Gazel says, simply make a video on tanking dungeons with Dark Knight. See, the idea is good. I feel like the subject is too specific, so the kind of people that might need or want to hear it misses it. But I could try that. Something like that, Fernando. It's just like how we have words like spread markers or stack markers, that they are like general types of mechanics. And for example, a spread marker is like usually signified by like an orange crystal over your head and sometimes a circle under you to indicate how much. And the stack markers is, of course, you know, the arrows and that. And the tank busters are usually a red arrow pointing down on yourself. Usually. And then sometimes they add something extra. Oh yeah, absolutely, Gleaming. Like, I'm not saying that Dark Knight is just as good, but that is exactly what I was talking about, is that Warrior is insanely overpowered in dungeons, while Dark Knight is kinda on the weaker side in dungeons. But Dark Knight is perfectly fine in dungeons. It's just that Warrior is so good that sometimes the healer can just go and take a nap and it makes no difference. Whereas Dark Knight, played well, still requires something from the healer. Matthew says maybe do a video on dungeon rotations. I have actually kind of done that. I have a video about how to run dungeons faster, and one of the things I bring up there is use your cooldowns on cooldown, if I'm pretty sure. I actually did that. I already made that one. And also make videos like common mistakes tanks make, common mistakes jobs in general make. Specifically because it changes the battlefield from something that is extremely specific, like this is how to play Dark Knight right, to something that is more broad, where it's like this is how to play a tank right. I wonder if I can make this. Yeah. Wow. I messed that up completely. So if I hadn't made it in time, I could have just gone again and just done it better. But yeah, I think I talked about this on a recent stream as well, but like I would love to just make a video like and say this is all the things you should do better, like do to play better Dark Knight. But who's going to see that? Dark Knight mains might watch it. Players that want to learn Dark Knight might watch it. But that's a very, very slim amount of people, and what's going to happen is that it's going to get not very many views, and while that itself might not be a huge problem, the thing is, a video that gets very few views will not be recommended, which means that when people later want to know these things, then they can't find the video. That's why that's the specific reason why I'm saying maybe it's too specific. Because if it is too specific, then I can't, like, make people see it. And then the people that actually want to see it can't find it either. And that's the reason. But maybe I can find a way to make it that makes it make sense. So I'll think on it. So, to conclude that thought, thank you for the suggestion. Thank you. The 10 tips on tanking, but all of it is about Dark Knight. Aha, you thought this was a general tank video, but it's actually just all Dark Knight. 10 tips to tank better with the tank that seems to need it. Number 1, play Dark Knight. Myself says, seriously, do people struggle with Dark Knight? Sort of. It's quite weird, because the kind of context I usually hear people complain about Dark Knights is in a similar fashion to how... Like, the best way I can describe it is that Dark Knight is the astrologian of tanks. If you've ever seen, there was this meme that floated around for a bit with where it was like, this is how a white mage looks while healing, while they're just sitting there, like they're actually like in their jammies, and like stepping out of bed to use Afflatus Solace once. Meanwhile, like the camera switches to an astrologian who's just like button mashing just to do this, like just to get the same healing across. It's kind of like that, because Warrior, they cannot get away with just bloodwetting. They can't actually. Your healer will feel it if you're trying to get away with just surviving on bloodwetting alone. Your healer will notice. But the simple fact that you almost can says a lot, because it means that Warrior is basically the white mage stepping out of bed to use bloodwetting. Meanwhile, Dark Knight has to, like, they have this massive amount of cooldowns to use for attacking or healing, or defensive cooldowns, I should say. Like, they have a lot of buttons for anything they need to do, and they need to use them. So it becomes like this button mashing fest by comparison to Warrior. This is also something that I've talked about previously, that maybe it's a problem, a hypothetical problem, that we have a tank that is this good in dungeons, similar to how it might not be the best that we have a healer like Sage that is that good in dungeons. Because it leads to this weird perspective where I have seen players that go, I hate it when my healer is a white mage because then I have to play around their holy stuns. And I'm sitting there like, you hate it when your healer's a white mage, because then you actually have to think about what your healer is, but you don't normally have to do that, or what? Hey Derby, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Sage is so insane that if you're good at Sage, then in higher level dungeons, it's not that big of a deal if your tank isn't actually using defensive cooldowns, because you can make up the difference. Which is kind of insane. And it's also like some time ago, I made a video called A Good Day in Mentor Roulette, and I only played Sage for like 20 duties. And I had multiple cases of tanks that didn't use defensive cooldowns. And I didn't feel compelled to even mention it. Like, I maybe brought up, hey, you could use AoE better, or something like, this is how you could do better in general, but it's just Brave Locks. That is also true, guys. That is a quite ironic situation with Sage, is that if your tank is too good, you're sitting there like, not sure what to use your resources on. But that is actually also the same problem that warriors run into, which is why I so often go use bloodwetting aggressively. Like, use it a lot, because if you do, then your healer will have to use their resources less. Because if you're waiting for the healer to let you drop low, and they're waiting for you to lose health in the first place, then you're both just doing nothing. Like, either you're forcing the healer to go absolutely mental with their cooldowns because you're not using anything, or you make the healer do nothing because bloodwetting is that good. And yeah, that is also totally normal stuff. Like, Sage is so weird because either you get it and it's insanely good, or you don't get it and then it's like not that good. I actually had a case a while back, Ymir, where I was playing Gunbreaker. I can't remember what the context was exactly, but I was in Vanaspati as Gunbreaker. And my healer really liked to top me up. Like, all the time. So I never dropped low, which also meant that Heart of Corundum did nothing. Which was a bit of a problem when it seemed like the healer was like running themselves ragged trying to keep me topped. Because I was like, I can't heal because you are. And they would eventually like run out of juice as a result. Like that's the part of the story with Heart of Corundum that we rarely see. That gun break all over the place. I needed to do more damage. I was in a real pickle, but then I realized that inner release was available. So I released all over the enemies. What? You should really get that checked out. Yeah, exactly. You should get that checked. It's an army of slimes. It's an army of pudding and marshmallows and syrup, apparently. Weird names for an enemy. Hey, Gamement. Hope you're doing well. It's always weird when the healer complains about ranged jobs being in closer range. Both because, well, in the case of Dancer, their AoE is actually melee range. Basically melee range. But just in general, I would most of the time prefer if the range players were in melee range. If I had to choose between that and Narnia. Like, the perfect revenge if a healer complains about you being too close to the mobs. It's just like, just pack your bags on every boss fight and just go to Narnia, and then they'll wish they hadn't asked you to be further away. They'll either retract that statement, or they'll just quietly seethe. Leaves the source. Just goes to Norrönd. It is difficult. Like, if you see a Sage that is spamming shields a little too much, just to add to something to Gaiman's point about trying to get adder stings, you don't need that many adder stings. And because the Toxicons themselves are not they're not actually a DPS gain on single target. And even on AoE, they're a minuscule DPS gain. Like an absolutely tiny one. And there are DPS loss if you had to cast a shield in the middle of the fight to get it. So there's no reason to use that many. Yesterday, I was in a Holminster switch with a Sage that spammed Eucration Prognosis to heal up from AoE. But I could see in the party menu that they didn't speak English. So I gave up trying to explain to them that they should just use regular Prognosis for that if they really wanted to use a healing spell for that. I heard a lot of that. Like, I got a little enough. I kind of got enough of that very satisfying sound of Eucration Prognosis. You know, it has that unique sound. Because it got spammed so much. Hey, thank you so much for the pink super chat, Ymir. Thank you. I guess Ymir wins then? Gunbreaker's best final answer? Well... The way to win an argument. By the power of super chat! Oh, whoops, I have to dodge this. Leah says, Eucration Prognosis into Pepsis is so good. And that is true. That is true. And if that Sage had actually used Pepsis, then I wouldn't have complained. The problem was that they were not using... Like, they were literally just spamming Eucration Prognosis. Yeah, thank you so much, Ymir. Cyanide, that's how you know that Ymir really means it. Maybe that's why I don't like Sage. I'm more of a Coca-Cola guy. Wow. That is really good. Oh, we got to the final boss and we have 49 minutes. We got through this faster than Heroes Gauntlet. Oh, right, I had to get knockbacked into that. Let's make sure I don't have knockback immunity. Would be the saddest way to wipe to a boss. Oh yeah, you had to get knockback, but you were immune, so... Thank you for the blue super chat, Emir. Machine is the second best, and then Dark Knight. That's the exact order. We have a ranking, everyone. Oh no, Obama. Dark Knight is third. It's as Ymir said, it's a Gunbreaker Machinist Dark Knight. Which is totally objective. I am a little concerned that I don't think I'll make this. Is that it? Is that is that it? Oh, you missed the DPS check, so I guess you'll get hit by the mechanic this time. Are you serious? Mother Poxy. What? Also, much more importantly, thank you for the super chat, not Reliance. Is that turquoise? I think that's turquoise. Thank you. Has anyone really been far? Let me just not die here. And I'll try again. Has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? Thank you. Did I nail that one? I feel like I nailed that one. Could have used arm's length for it. You know, I was expecting to die from it. Which is why I was shocked that I didn't. Like, I was expecting that the boss would just be like... trying to confuse me a little bit. But I like some tongue twisters and confusing things like that. But this is getting down to the wire. I feel like I'm pretty sure that one of the most common things people agree on is I'm pretty sure most people will agree that Dark Knight has the best job story. I feel like that is something that people generally agree on. Thank you for the blue super chat, Evia. Or cyan? Is it cyan or is it blue? I'm actually not sure. Thank you. Fine, Dark Knight gets its own message. Also, Blade. Thank you. Are these Tenderloin attacks getting stronger? I feel like they're getting stronger. Can you not run away from me? I'm trying to release on you. Clip that. Get closer so I can release on you. This is going to hurt a lot. Oof. Oof. Caetsu soundboard when... Blade! 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 See, now you don't run away to Narnia when I'm not in the middle of releasing. Of course. That is really weird that the big massive payoff of failing the DPS check on Mother Poxy is that it manages to hit you once with Huff and Puff. Like, that's it. That is all it amounts to, is, oh, you don't get to dodge this one. Except if you just save your arm's length for it, you could. It's really, really something. Thank you, Emir. Obama says, is double weaving E really a thing on healers? Like, do you ever need to do it at all? Sometimes, like, for example, if you're doing like a super fast opener on White Mage, like, you probably wouldn't do that without like some sort of coordination with your raid. But if you wanted to burst from like GCD 1 in an opener, then you could go Dia and then weave Essi's into Presence of Mind, which would be a double weave. But just to clarify here, as I said, that would, like, in an optimization context, that would not be something that should come up very often, because usually you'd want to wait until raid buffs, which usually come up a bit later. But if you're doing like a really fast opener in such a context, it's usually because everyone else is as well. There's also a Swift cast. There's an opener with Scholar that incorporates Swift cast to be able to like fit the energy drains a little bit easier, I believe, where you Swift cast so that you can, you know, insta cast a broil into energy drain and chain stratagem, I believe, which is technically also double weave. I don't think Sage has something like that, but they also don't have any OGCD attacks, so Astrologian does a lot of double weaving, by the way. Like, a huge amount of double weaving in every burst. So it is a thing. It's just it usually happens in bursts and not, like, casually. Thank you for coming, Matthew. Good luck with your studies. Sounds important. So that's at least something. My upheaval is drifting. Yeah, it is. I wish I had a better GCD that aligned more nicely. Nursing. Thank you. That's a very important job. And wham! Oh, it's twitching. We engaged at 49 minutes, so that fight took like 10.5 minutes. Cyanide says, I kind of deadpan stare at my screen after I use Tetragrammaton and a Flatus Solus, and the tank gets hit so many times that the health bar looks like it doesn't move. Oh boy. That's when you get a little concerned, yeah. "10 minutes short fight. Lol, easy." Hey Bimo, hope you're doing well. And also Silverman, hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, in regards to the double weaving thing, Obama, as some others also said, it's mostly Astrologian that does a lot of double weaving, but this is mostly like either in a coordinated context, like in a Savage raid or something where you're trying to optimize, or if you personally like to optimize. In casual content, the value in in like bursting all of your cards out drops dramatically if either one, you're not good at it, which means you have to practice, or two, if the rest of your group are not actually bursting in the time frame where you're throwing out the cards. Like if you're playing casual content more, there might be a bigger advantage as an astrologian in recognizing where, like, what the buffs the other players are using. Like, if you can throw a melee card on the Reaper when they use Enshroud, that's probably better than going, well, I'm using Divination now, so I'm giving you a card, and you a card. And the Reaper's like, but my Arcane Circle drifted, so I guess I'll just 1, 2, 3 combo. So like, there's more to it, but an Astrologian can do a lot of double weaving. Like, unsurprisingly regularly, like Souther said, as Castle said, as every 2 minutes. Also, hey Cat Damon, hope you're doing well. Emir says, what's next? Pageldan. Pageldan. The grand finale of Shadowbringers dungeons. Traverse says, what about adding Swiftcast Raise to my healer rotation? Is that a DPS gain? If you have to add Swiftcast Raise to your opener, then your group has a problem. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to guess that maybe, like, I don't know, like, the Black Mage forgot to put on pants or something? Like, don't have enough HP for the opening raid wide? Just in the middle of their fire force ban. Swiftcast Raise in the opener means you have a blue that died. Zab says, we actually did have that problem in O12S second phase. Oh, with there is that... Was that relevant when O12S was actually like new? Oh, like that. It was like a specific thing. Okay. Yikes. I was thinking of the Goodbye World strat, where if you're 8 players doing O12S, when the boss starts casting Hello World, you just have all the DPS players jump off the arena. I don't think that's relevant in Endwalker if you're doing it unsynced, but in Shadowbringers, it was a very easy way to simplify that mechanic. Just have a tank in north, a tank in east or west, and then a healer in the opposite, and then a healer in south. And then you just raise everyone after the mechanic has resolved. Why be worried about warriors when healers can insta-raise in their opener? Because raising players isn't as good as you'd think. Unfortunately. That is actually the... I know you're asking as a joke. I know, Mononako, I know. But it's actually interesting that what happens with Red Mage, and this is something that has been a problem for a while, is that it seems like Red Mage does a lot less damage than Black Mage, for example, because of the utility Red Mage provides. And this is something that is not so great because... this is fair in a progression group, right? When you're still learning the fight, then it makes very good sense that, well, the Red Mage has to, like, we need the Red Mage for races, so it's fine, it's doing less damage. But once you have procced and you don't have that many deaths, then Red Mage basically sacrificing an observable amount of DPS to have raise on speed dial means that from an optimizing raid group's perspective, it feels like they're choosing a utility they don't need over damage. Because they could have just had a Black Mage instead, who would have done more damage. If we forget the part where that Red Mage would also have to be good at Black Mage. Silverman says, is our damage really that low? No. It's not. It's really not. So you see here is Red Mage. The important thing for most players is the median, which is like 84, right? Black Mage is up here at 90. What this means is that Red Mage, on average, in the current raid tier, does like 6 to 10, maybe 6 to 8% less damage, and less DPS than a Black Mage. It's not that much. But if you're sacrificing 6% damage on one of your players for them to have raise, when you could have just not done that, like if you're ignoring the part where Black Mage is really hard to play well, in broad strokes generally considered harder than Red Mage, right? Then if we ignore that part where the mage player would have to be good at both jobs to make this decision, then it makes logical sense to just go, well, we don't need the raise anymore, so mage main, you play Black Mage now. And that's kind of the idea. If we like take it and take a look at the 99th percentile, so that's, you know, kind of like the best 1%, then Black Mage is up at like 102 score, where Red Mage is 94. Again, it's like 8 or 9%. It's not that much. It's just that basically, if the damage difference between the weakest DPS and the best DPS was 50%, so like the weakest DPS in the game did half the damage of the best DPS, then Red Mage doing like 8% less than Black Mage would be like nothing. No one would care. But it's because of the relative power difference that the weakest job here, like the damage difference here, is like 10% between the best of all jobs. So that means that being 8% worse sounds a lot worse, relatively speaking, because it means you're down here and Black Mage is up here, right? Mothheart says, the trick is that the low end of Black Mage, both the median and the lowest percentile, is still outperforming Red Mage, so the difficulty isn't that big of a factor. That is also kind of true. But the point still stands that the power difference is kind of small. Like, you have to remember, Mothheart, that the worst Black Mages are actually worse. Are they not? No, actually, no, they're actually better than the worst Red Mages, never mind. But the Black Mages have the capacity to be a lot worse. And Black Mage is generally considered worse, like much harder to play at an average skill level compared to Red Mage. But anyway, the important part, Silvermint, is that it doesn't really matter. It's just that it's something that we often get caught up on. Makes says not that much, which you will regret saying when you miss Enrage by 1%. See, it only matters if you miss it by 1%, but the reason why you missed it by 1% is often another question to ask separately. Did you miss the Enrage by 1% because people were dying? Did you miss the 1% because people messed up boss mechanics? Did you miss 1% because people were doing mechanics wrong? Like, there's a lot of questions. And there's, of course, also the possibility that you're trying to do it world first, in which case you're quote-unquote under-geared compared to what you could have had. But that's an entirely different story, and for nearly all players that play Final Fantasy XIV, even the Savage Raiders, this doesn't matter. Because you're not going to be the world first raider, right? Most of us are not going to be world first raiders, so it doesn't matter as much. Like, it's the same as back in, like, earlier raid tiers where paladins were excluded because they did less DPS than the other tanks in groups that hadn't seen Enrage. Like, I hadn't seen Enrage yet, but you were excluding a job because it, quote-unquote, didn't do enough damage. We didn't even know if it did enough damage. You just knew it did less damage. And also, as Traverse says, personal skill at a job is often more important. Right. So with that out of the way, time to see if we can actually beat Pagelthan. Let me just repair my gear here. Gandalf says, when you see a black mage in a dungeon, usually it's either bad or extremely good. There's also with red mage, the rare slow red mage. And in case you don't know what I mean by that, I mean those that looked at Jolt and went, but that is less damage than the Thunder and the Arrow. And we have the classic Ice Mage. I actually, just the other day, I was watching a video by Wesk. And I saw something that was actually worse than an Ice Mage. Exactly, the alternating Black Mage. That is the true worst Black Mage. when you're alternating between fire and ice, so you lose 10% damage. Oh, you saw my comment. Bipolar Black Mage. Hey Kiki, hope you're doing well. Balance Mage. Can I actually get away with this? I don't think I can, but hey, let's try anyway, right? Yep, it was in Aurum Vale. I don't know how many ranged mobs there are on this, but it seems like I'm basically taking no damage when I'm running. So this might work. It might work. Oh, I should not have done that. Excuse me, coming through, warrior coming through. Oh god, oh my god. Yikes, there's a lot of mobs there. I'm sure this will be fine. Ow, 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 ow. I'm not staying for the third hit of that inner release. I'll settle. Oh no, the consequences of my actions. Yeah, indeed. Yo, whoa, that was close. My hubris. Can you find more enemies? And back the other way. I guess I'll just let my upheaval drift. Ow. I feel like this can work. I think we can do this. The exponential entropy run of Pagelthan. Yeah, I often use the ultra mega pull that I just did here, where help the dragon break the wall and then continue pulling. I often use that as a little bit of a party trick, because a lot of people don't even know you can do that. A lot of people don't realize you can hit the rocks to make them break faster. I actually meant to use Infuriate there, but guess we'll have to settle. Oh, whoops. The scary part about leading with Celtic Cyclone is for some reason Decimate and Celtic Cyclone has a massive delay on when they hit, which then leads to a massive delay until you actually gain the healing. And I have died on some of these Gigapulls because I led with Decimate instead of leading with a regular Overpower or Mithril Tempest. So that's why I do that. Oh, there's someone that's almost dead. Snipe! Another one that's kind of low. We are slowly winning, guys! I think we're going to end up with, like, the 2 black mages there in the back. Because they keep getting missed when I go in for the AoE. Yeah. Uh-oh. That was close. Also, I do realize I could probably stay in with some defensive cooldowns, but I don't want to risk it because I might not make it out in time if I do that. If I suddenly change the formula after doing this for this long. Actually, let's try. Let's see if we can push some damage. A little bit there. Still more than 1 HP. I didn't greed hard enough. I didn't manage to compel a white mage to finally use Benediction on me. Haven't even used Homegang yet. Oh. I'm starting to be able to see the ones that are near death. Because the pack is starting to, like, get thinned out. So I can see the smaller targets on my enemy list. 0.1%. Okay then. So that's how we're doing this. Yeah. Yeah. Surprisingly, the last one standing with the big dragons. I don't know if that can I'm curious. Does that mean they have now advanced to no longer be lesser Teller dragons? I feel like that was not a lesser performance, I'm just saying. Says, I had a situation with a white mage yesterday where I always used Equilibrium at the same time as they used Benediction. That is quite interesting. I don't really have any advice on what you could do differently on that, because I feel like I would need more information to know how you landed in that situation. And one thing you could do is, of course, use Equilibrium a little earlier in such a scenario, but I'm sure that's not what you were saying. Like, that you needed help with that. Yeah, like, just like, if apparently every time you used Equilibrium, incidentally, that's when the white mage uses Benediction, then you can be a little bit more aggressive with your Equilibrium, because you know that the white mage has got your back. Like, they'll cover you if you needed Equilibrium again later. The nonetheless are even better. They would have lived even longer, of course. Off with you. I'm pretty sure this boss doesn't have anything. Like, I'm pretty sure it genuinely doesn't have anything. So it's like, it's more the second boss I'm afraid of. And then there's the multi-stack marker on the final boss, which I'm also a little scared of. But this boss is just a matter of doing it. Dun dun. What even is this? It looks like a really, really weird curl. What is it I'm fighting? Huluk, have we reached the point where your script ended, or... Hello? Yes, thank you, Ardell. Let me know. I feel like we've seen a lot of cases where a boss that has like an actually scary mechanic where it's like, oh, I mean, I'll use it twice. Most groups are done by that point, so if I live beyond that, I'm more surprised than you are. So I'll just give up. Or just revert to my filler moves. Like our Berserker in Heroes Gauntlet. Oof. Electric animal is a Pikachu. Oh no, Traverse. Oh no. Yeah, I know, right? Yurine is very convenient. Like, imagine how much harder this would be if we didn't have lightning rods. That's clearly a Lux Ray. Ah, yes. It has 4 legs. It's kind of like cat-like. It's electric. It's also kind of like it has black and yellow features, so it's clearly a shiny Lux Ray. Yep, I see it. I see it. Good observation, Amoose. They don't explain it in the encyclopedia. Oh. Well, that's okay. It's a cool boss. Just something that sometimes can make these kinds of boss fights really hard on when you're soloing them is that sometimes the resource that you need to deal with their mechanic is finite. Like, this fight would be a lot harder if these lightning rods were, like, spent when they soaked. So, like, you could only do it a set number of times. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure in the Aerie, the first boss has this mechanic where it puts a tether on you, and you have to pass it off to one of the rods in the outer ring of the arena, and when you do, it instead destroys that rod. And if you don't, you take a lot of damage and get slowed, or you get a heavy debuff to be specific, so you run slower for a while, which ironically makes it harder to pass off the tether, but the heavy runs out in time. And I do seem to remember that when we were, for the sake of trying, we attempted to solo the parts of the Aerie that we could solo. That boss, I ran out of rods and then discovered that it doesn't do that much damage, so we can just ignore that. Like, once we ran out of rods. That would be pretty funny, Zav. Normal content bosses just leave if you survive all of their mechanics. You know what, I don't care. Whatever. Clearly, I can't kill you. You can kill me, so I'll just leave. It's better for me. It's better for my health. For my physical health to be anywhere but here. And that would be pretty funny. I also suggested, I think in the last solo challenge stream, I brought up that maybe they should make it so that when bosses reach the point where they're just looping their last few mechanics, that they get a little damage boost after a loop, so that like they get a little stronger and a little stronger, so that like, there is some threat of running out of time. A little bit like how I believe Shiva Extreme, like from ARR, builds up a damage buff. However, she also has a hardened rage. Like, she builds up to a certain number of stacks and then she kills you. But a little bit like that, where like it gradually builds up, but instead of making it gradually build up over the course of the fight, just make it build up from when like the fight is supposed to be over. But the reason why I think that would probably be a bad idea in retrospect is that if we did that, if we had that, then what would happen is all the players that are good, that would appreciate such a mechanic to challenge them, would never see it, because the boss would be dead in time. And the players that are bad enough that it would actually be a problem with such a mechanic, well, they would see it. So it would ultimately only make the fights harder for the people that didn't need it to be harder. So it's probably not a good idea. Look at the my Jesus, was anything in Heroes Gauntlet impossible? Nope. The final boss was challenging in that once he ran out of craters to make, he stops like having rocks raining on you, and he would just use his stack marker every so often, which does like 35,000 damage. But it was like it was manageable. There was nothing that was impossible in the dungeon. I think I felt the second boss was scarier because she has an attack that applies Doom. Sometimes you'll just have to carry a dungeon finder group as a solo tank, and there's nothing you can do about it. See, that can also happen, but that would be a lot harder to do if bosses scaled up like that. Point being that if they made it so that like casual content bosses scaled up in difficulty as the battle progressed, that would only make the fight harder for players that don't need the extra challenge. Like the players that were already just happy that the boss could run out of mechanics to throw at you. Shiva Normal also has that damage up. Oh, fair enough. I'd never noticed. Ardell says, apparently the Amhuluk are a kind of furry and horned dragon that is from the mythology of an Oregon Native American tribe. Oh, the tribe is called the Kalapuya. Thank you. Interesting. Not sure about the furry part, but it is like a sort of non-winged dragon. Likes that sort of matches. Blap. 20 minutes in. First boss down.
What took you so long? The Amalj are in trouble. Let's split up.
Also, I hope you're doing well, Lukatamaji. Yeah, we actually haven't run, like, we did both Heroes Gauntlet and Matoya's Relic, and there's nothing that we couldn't beat. I think the closest we were to wiping, for real, was actually on the Water Sprite. And we also discovered that the DPS check on Mother Porksea is completely irrelevant. It just means that you fail the huff and puff attack and get hit. But you can just use, I guess you could use knockback immunity for it, so it's completely meaningless. What took you so long? I mean, what about you? What about you, Estinian? Were you just standing there watching me fight that thing? For around 10 minutes? Just standing there. Good for nothing, Dragoon. Thanks for nothing. You could have helped. I could have healed you. Oh yeah, we've also reached the point where not only are my hyper potions as powerful as they can ever be, but there are no better potions. So now we will eventually reach a point where my potions are just kinda Like in Endwalker content, the hyper potions are like 10% healing or less on a tank. Yep. Hey, Aymeric, I'm running away with the pack. Bye. It's my pack now. What? Why are you spread out like that? Standing there watching you, judging your damage output intensely. It's really taking him a while. Why didn't he bring other adventurers? That's really stupid. He should have done that. She should have done that. She normally does that. Why not this time? Weird. I feel like I'm in like an alternative timeline where she didn't bring friends. Nah. I'm probably just going crazy. Leah says, "Is this the dungeon where you can't fail because the NPCs just keep going?" No, that was the second pull in Tower of Babel. But maybe this one too. I don't know if the mobs will reset if I'm not there. Bonk. Only one way to find out. Well, I kind of want to make sure, just in case, that I have as much time as possible on every boss. I have a feeling that the Like, as I said before, I'm a little worried about the second boss, because I'm pretty sure that has kind of a DPS check. And the final boss has a 4-step stack marker. And I don't know if I can live that. I don't know if it does too much damage.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, there's a Stynian again. Look! A good dragon! Finally, a pool that is basically the same length, regardless of how many party members you have. Or close to. Okay, maybe it's a little bit longer. She'll have to do that again. And can we have another breath attack? Please, Tiamat? One more breath. No? You know, the Teledragon. Oh, hey, look, here's the non-lesser Teledragon spy. They look smaller. What? Why are these Teledragons and the bigger ones are lesser Teledragons? What gives? Also, what? Your AoE DPS is bad, Tiamat. Can we... Finally, thank you. That took an eternity. Why is the cooldown on that so long? Oh, fair enough, goddammit. In that case, this will probably be a breeze if we can beat this boss. It's just too... Well, when her AoE attack does that much damage... The question is whether it just kicks me down for more rounds if I take a while, or if it actually wipes me if I take too long. That is the real question. Like whether I just have to take it in 3 or 4 sections, or if it wipes me if I'm too slow. That's what I need to know. Right, this is usually the last mechanic, and you usually don't even, like in many groups, you don't even see the knockback resolved. And you definitely don't see the slow rockets in the first phase. You boy, you boy, you boy, you boy, you boy. It's going to be a long fight with a lot of trash packs. Wait, did it run out of mechanics again? Okay, there's more coming. This is like the new theme of these solo challenges is like, oh, the boss ran out of mechanics. Oh, the boss ran out of ads to summon. Oh, it's looping. Weapon to truly surpass Metal Gear. The Guardian extremely slow missiles. I wonder if they learned it from studying Omega. It's time. Is it doing more damage with each burst or not? I think the answer is no. In which case... Hey, Mia. I feel like we're winning. It looks like this thing is just spamming an attack that isn't particularly... I want to actually clarify. This attack does slightly more damage than... which one was it? I think it was random trash mobs in Malika's well? I think we had like... Was it... I think it was Malika's well. When there was like mobs that just... Or maybe it was dead end... No, it was not dead ends. That's too far off. Mobs that just smacked for 5,000 per hit. Just regular mobs. This thing has to charge up to an attack that does 6. Oof. Perfect positioning there. Yeah. Loved it for this boss is that it was supposed to provide fire support from the rear, but the soldiers that manned it turned to Loveroy and brought this to the front line where it was partly destroyed. It's pretty funny. You're not supposed to use it like that. Well, we became dumb. Oh, right. There's another wave again. I'll send wave after wave. I don't care how many it takes. How about some more extremely slow rockets? Haha! No one expects the super slow rockets. Wonder if it'll run out of waves. Probably. It would be like that would actually be a very big threat in a solo challenge if like you had to quickly clear the pack so that it stops sending more waves. That would make it hard. Weirdly, it seems like they have an infinite supply of slow-moving rockets, but they have a finite supply of soldiers. Boonk. I could have stockpiled some more resources here, but I get the impression that it doesn't have... It is not a DPS, Jake. One takes longer to make. You know, fair. I'm pretty sure Rocket does not take that many years to produce. It takes like 18 years to make a soldier. Well, depends on ethics, I guess. Wow, you sure got me now, Magitech Core. I am a bit confused as to why this part of the fight has nothing else going for it. Like that this is the only thing it does. 55 minutes. Well, I'm pretty sure that we're going to land at the final boss later than we did in Matoya's Relict. There we did it in... We landed there at 49 minutes, I believe. And in Heroes Gauntlet, we landed there at 43 minutes. What loot have we gotten so far? Just gear. And I guess some materia. When you realize the Warrior of Light isn't so powerful, it's just that the NPCs do so little damage they think you're godlike. And that explains why we go through these dungeons and we see the NPCs that we know, and they're fighting the mobs, but they're basically doing 0 damage. Then we arrive, and then the mobs just get decimated. Even if you don't have a warrior specifically to decimate them. Also, hey Darth, hope you're doing well. And that is true, Guardians do conscript randos all the time. I guess these times where they're having quite some trouble on all fronts, they might have a hard time conscripting all these people. Like they have to, you know, take over territory to have people to conscript. They get decimated literally. Yep. That's what we're doing. Anyone order decimation? Nah. Is it annoying when I talketh like this? Eh, it's fine, Urianje, Umia. Umianje. Because you're overpowered. Well, I am a warrior. And I do use overpower. We should have seen it coming. It's been glaring us right in the face all along. Warrior was meant for this power. So you see the sacrifice in Trials Roulette? Well, I hope you get it. I hope you get it first try. Otherwise, it's going to be a really long one. Or at least get the checkpoint. You really know that a trial is a long one when a normal trial has a checkpoint. Punk. 1v1 me, bro. Glory to be to Garlemald. Seed of Sacrifice normal has a checkpoint. Yes, if you survive the Limit Break 4, then it only... I'm pretty sure it only sends you back to right after Limit Break 4 resolves. I'm pretty sure. But you specifically have to live the LB4. That's a little excessive. It's just me. Can I ride all 4? Darth agrees. Thank you. It is rare to wipe after that. But you could absolutely wipe to... like, people not spreading the meteors right, or people getting sniped by the ninja pushing everyone, things like that. Like a bunch of things. There's also the pyretic and the deep freeze that sometimes like people just don't get and then they die. It says you can accidentally not protect everyone by using your tank LB at exactly a specific time. That is pretty funny with how, like, buffs spread out gradually. How is that sky armor so tanky? Oh, never mind. I guess it just didn't get hit by Tiamat's attack. Just got cut in half. Yeah, I agree with that, Type A. I feel like they did it the right way, kind of, with Alexander, where they have like a countdown. So that you can just go, oh, just use it at X seconds. But it would be weird if instead of sacrifice, he's like, 3, 2, 1... and then goes for it. Zab says, we have 3 dancers and they all partner the one Dragoon. Give it a moment. If they haven't switched partners after the 30-second cooldown, then you have to worry. I'm guessing they haven't. 48 minutes. This was still faster than Heroes Gauntlet. Adel says, this version of Bahamut has been brought forth by captured Miracidian dragons held captive in the towers. Its different appearance from usual Bahamut is explained by their state of despair. Yep, that makes sense. I would also put weird squiggly horns on my deity dragon if I was in despair and distress. That says most new fights have an indicator that is fight flavorful. Example, you can time the LB3 when the last LB4 bar fills and it's fine. That is interesting. I do, however, perfectly understand why people might not feel super keen on that. Because it feels like that's way too early, doesn't it? Like, it feels too early is what I mean. It's not that it is too early, it's just... it feels like it takes an eternity before his attack actually lands after that. Oh, right, that's when you leave. I'll just drink a potion then. Boom. Can I get that as a summon? I don't know if we want it. I think it tempers people. Right, so Cat Damon said they could solo it from 70%, so I have to get there. Yeah, you and me both, Ymir. It's kind of sad that once you reach level 90 with Summoner, you can't even use the Kabi skins on your primals anymore. I want a giant Kabi. That says the third hit of that was the strong one. I don't know. I'm guessing that there was something else that ran out. But I did notice that I took more damage at that point as well. I'm pretty sure the first hit is the big one, and the reason why it did so little damage is because I had Shake It Off. You should be able to use Pro to Akabi as a skin. That would be pretty wild. Give us it in 3 different colors, please. Uh-oh. Oh no. That's not what I needed. At least it's just 1 minute. Ow. 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 I'm guessing it's a side this time. Yup. Oof. Ouch. %40. Well, I'm glad that he doesn't keep leaving. Like, that would have been a lot more aggravating if, like, that mechanic where it leaves and dashes through the arena was, like, a regular occurrence. But apparently that is once and only once. Guessing center? Yup. Oh, that always sucks, when you just get sniped by, the rest of the group not exactly understanding the mechanic. 30%. I feel like I'm, like, getting ahead. Like, I have more cooldowns to work with now. Like, as if the boss is falling behind on damaging me. Ow. 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 Yeah, Damon says, I feel like Warrior had better single target healing before the Endwalker changes. I'm not entirely sure on that. Before the Endwalker changes, the Nascent Flash healed you for like 25% of the damage you did. And now Raw Intuition and Nascent Flash heals for, you know, at this level, around 4k, 6k if it crit heals. So, like, if I was using Nascent Flash during, like, inner release in the old system, I would have healed for, like, 3k per hit, which is less. So I don't think so, goddammit. I'm pretty sure it was 25%. He also did 35k with Felk. I mean, it was before the stat squish, of course. So what I mean by that, Cat Damon, is that right now, Raw Intuition actually, the flat amount it heals for is closer to a third of a direct crit Fel Cleave. When Fel Cleave direct crits, by the way. And Raw Intuition itself can also crit, leading to closer to 50%. So, like, if we had fair comparison, that would be equivalent to if you had 50% lifesteal in the new system, except that instead we have a fixed amount of healing. I don't think it was better in Shadowbringers. It's just that before the stat squish, You did way more damage. Right. Well, I think of the 3 dungeons we did, Matoya's Relic was by far the easiest one. It was really, really silly that the DPS check on Mother Porksy does, like, it just means that you have to use arm's length because you don't know where the push is coming from. Or if you're really quick to react, if I remember correctly, Mother Porksy came down, gave like a second, and then it pushed. So if you're really quick with sprint, you might be able to like just nullify it anyway by just running at it. So basically, the only thing you get from completing the intermission there is that you get less downtime on the boss. Like, it's basically, it means the fight takes less time. Then I feel like Pagelthan is the second, like rank 2 of these 3 dungeons. This multi-stack marker wasn't that threatening. It's actually... It did about the same damage as the Berserker stack marker in Heroes Gauntlet. The difference was that I had around 10% less HP, I believe. 10% less HP, and I did less damage. But the stack marker in Heroes Gauntlet was 1 hit, just BAM! Which was a lot more. It was like, I think it was like 35k unmitigated. But I didn't take it completely with nothing even once, I don't think. Yeah, apparently those were very doable. Like, just off the Shadowbringers dungeons for a moment here. Just as a little bit of a retrospective. Hallminster Switch was soloable. The scariest thing there was the final boss chains you and then does like then chains you for like over 20 seconds, so you cannot use any defensive cooldowns because they'll just time out. I think it was 20 seconds. It's like you just have to take it on the face. But then it turns out you can survive that. Like, for some reason, if you just have okay amounts of health, you'll just live it, and then the boss will let you free, and you can continue the fight. So it just prolongs the fight. Don Meg, for a normal job, was actually not soloable. Completely impossible for a warrior, because the second boss has this feed fodder thing where it boosts itself. And if it gets boosted too many times, then it will one-shot you. Like, it basically becomes a hard and rage mechanic itself. Like, once it is fully boosted, every attack it does like 6 nines of damage. So you can't outlive it. And at my best attempt, if I remember correctly, I got the boss down to like 23% or something before it grew fully, like on my best try. So you can't, like, we need a little bit more power than that. Maybe if there's more power creep in general with Dawn Trail, but the thing is, because we're sinking down, that might not be enough. There's also the thing worth noting is that the boss just naturally did so much damage that we couldn't really find time to use tinctures. We had to make sure, like, I needed to use healing potions basically on cooldown to stay afloat. So, whoops, sorry. So that wasn't really an option. And even if it were, 2 tinctures wouldn't have made me do like 25% more damage over the course of the fight. So that wouldn't have worked. Gitana Ravel, there wasn't anything particularly threatening. I think the scariest part there was that both the first, if I remember correctly, and the third boss has a stack marker. I know the last boss has a stack marker, but they didn't do enough damage to be a problem. Malika as well. I remember that the first boss had a really high, like, sustained DPS over the course of the fight. And its ads, which might be easily missed, but the ads, if you let them survive, after a bit, they'll buff themselves so they do more damage. And they actually hit okay hard for boss ads in a regular dungeon. I think they also heal. So weirdly, the first boss was the scary one. In Mount Gorg, I think the only real threat in Mount Gorg was that the last boss, like, every 30 to 45 seconds, it felt like it left to come back, to leave to come back, to leave to come back. So I started to be mildly concerned about the dungeon timer itself, because the boss was delaying so much, but it was still doable. Amarot, again, the second boss, has a DPS check. So at the start of the fight, the boss will fight you for a little bit. It gives you an opportunity to wear it down. But then it will leave. And then there'll be trash, trash, trash. And when you kill all the trash, and you can choose when you finish, so you can actually just stockpile resources, prepare all your cooldowns, like make everything ready if you like. And then kill the last mob, and even have like, oh, I'm ready with my step 3 filler combo that deals the most damage and generates more resources. I have 2 fell cleaves in the chamber with like full beast gauge. I have 2 infuriates, I have veneries, I have everything ready. You can do that. But as I recall, I only got the boss to like 50% despite that. Like, yeah, maybe if I knew that I had to like pump damage in the opening part of the fight, I could maybe have gotten it to 40 or 30. But 0? No chance. Like, absolutely 0 chance with a regular job. Not if it also has to be be able to survive everything. Like, it's too much. However, the first boss is very easy. Twinning, the last boss is quite scary because its sustained damage is high enough that if you build like 1 or 2 vulnerability stacks, it might not actually be possible to recover. And it's very easy to get hit by a vulnerability stack because it has those time stop lasers that, like, you might have a hard time like interpolating exactly like how actually they pan out, like where the safe spot is. And the boss also has the black circles that sometimes can turn what you thought was the only safe spot into not a safe spot. And with most other bosses in the Shadowbringers soloing challenge here, it has been survivable to get like 1 vulnerability stack so that you can just go, oh, I messed up, I'll just take this L, and then I'll just like play extra defensively for a bit to manage. But the Tycoon, as it is called, just hits too hard. Like, its auto attacks hit really hard, and it has a tank buster, and that's impactful because, as I recall, the final boss of Malika's Well does not have a tank buster. It just hits really hard, like incredibly hard for just auto swings in a normal dungeon. But the Tycoon has both, like, big auto attacks plus a tank buster. Academia Nida is a little similar to Mount Gorg in that the boss repeatedly, quite aggressively, forces you to not attack it, either by stepping away and being not like it being like stepping away from you, so you have to run over to it, or by putting down orbs that you will have to pick up, because if you don't, the boss gets a damage buff, and the damage buff the boss gets is a lot better than the damage buff you get. So you have to do it. And that means that you spend like a majority of the fight just throwing ranged attacks because the boss keeps forcing you to. So again, it's like an endurance fight. But the rest of the dungeon isn't too long, so you can, like, you have the time to deal with that when you get there. Grand Cosmos, the first boss, is scary because he has both a stack marker and a tank buster, and both of them hit really hard. So again, getting 1 or 2 vuln stacks can be lethal. You might not have the defensive cooldowns to deal with that. And the sweeps across the arena can be difficult to dodge while keeping damage uptime. Of course, you don't have to do that, but the fight takes a long time if you don't. And then the second boss has the seedlings. You cannot stop all 4, at least not every time. Sometimes you might be able to stop all 4 from growing, but if even a single one survives, you kind of have to choose between trying to kill it. I can't actually remember if you could single target one of them down, but the alternative was just ignoring it. When they explode, they do damage to you and put a dot on you that, again, but they also slow you. Not a heavy debuff, but an attack speed slow. So now you do less damage for a while. And not just less damage, but you will have to use Raw Intuition basically on cooldown to stay afloat. And if you're slowed, then you only get 2 out of 3 hits from Raw Intuition. So it just eats a third of that heal, in addition to putting a dot on you, in addition to slowing your damage output, in addition to doing some damage. So it's like a bunch of things that really isn't fun. Ymir says, no, you couldn't. Well, there's that. In that case, basically, you just have to, like, deal with as many seeds as you can and then just kill the boss. And unlike a lot of other bosses that got trivialized in the post-game of Shadowbringers by them just forgetting their important, interesting mechanic, after a while, this one didn't. It spawned seedlings for the entire fight. The final boss was easy, though. I had, as I mentioned earlier, I had soloed that one from like 50% as a Dark Knight back in Shadowbringers by accident. And Amnes and Ida. The first boss seemed a lot more threatening than it really is, because it feels like the boss is balanced around the fact that there's 2 of them. So it doesn't really matter that it might take a really long time to get rid of one of them, because combined they're like one boss anyway. So it was almost beneficial to just like slowly kill them both, almost, if I remember correctly. Because then you can also heal on 2 enemies, and it's 2 enemies that make up basically one boss. The second boss had a stack marker that did so much damage alongside everything else it did that I recall hoping that it wouldn't do like the stack marker, then the stack marker again, and then the stack marker again, because it randomly chose between a spread marker and a stack marker, and the spread marker was basically free. Basically, it just failed its mechanic essentially. And if it's the stack marker, then it required a cooldown and equilibrium just to survive. So if it repeatedly did it, it would run me out of cooldowns. So that was scary. And then the final boss, she has this mechanic where she summons... She makes grates in the room splash, just like the final boss in Sastasha Normal. It's almost like a reference. If you stand on one of the grates, then there will not come an ad out of that particular grate. But you can only stop one of them, and there are 4, so you will get 3 ads. And while there are ads, the boss is invulnerable, and while there are ads, the boss will change to a different moveset, where she's basically just wailing on you next to the ads, which also hit rather hard for boss ads. And the boss will more frequently use its tank buster also, it seems. So, like, as long as the ads are alive, she's just pelting you with tank busters. And once you finally dealt with the ads, she will, like, speed through all of the mechanics that she's postponed and do more ads. So you don't have time to recover. And there's no way to do that, because while there's just a single ad up, she will run your cooldowns out alone. Like, the ad doesn't even matter. It's her who's the problem. And then she will go through her mechanics, and then the second time she will have all 8 grates splash, but 4 of them she kills herself. So you can still make sure there's only 3 on the arena. Which is, same thing again. The problem is that the second time, you're already like low on cooldowns, which makes it very scary again. But the key here is if you survive that, which we did, then she just doesn't do the mechanic again. She will repeat every other mechanic in her arsenal, every single one, but that one. She only does that twice. Which makes the fight go from on the brink of impossible, it felt like, to, well, if you survive the first phase with the ads and all that, then it's easy. And then we had, of course, Heroes Gauntlet, where the final boss was kind of scary because, again, it did its mechanic that it only does twice was actually easier than its filler mechanic. So, like, it is actually the reverse of the Anamnesis Annihilator situation, where once you've gotten through the first starting bit, it gets harder, but not too hard, because for some reason this boss doesn't keep up the pressure in the same way. It gives you enough time between stack markers that it isn't a big problem. The second boss also can apply Doom to you, which means that if you're not a healer, you're probably not a healer. You will not solo this dungeon with a healer, I don't think. And Bard can't either, so you will die. Matoya's Relict. The scariest boss, the one that is most likely to kill you, is probably the first one with a stack marker into a tank buster and vice versa. If you miss the DPS check on the second boss, I don't know what happens. I would guess you wipe, but I don't know. And the third boss is, like, kind of a meme. Like, it's only mildly harder than doing it in an actual group, and then it takes way longer. And Pagothan? I feel like it was actually really easy. Like, none of the bosses had anything that was particularly forcing you to stress over anything. They gave plenty of time between the mechanics to recover. So the final boss, like the scariest thing was the final boss's Akmon and then also Flatten. So it had like a tank buster and a multi-stack marker. But that, like the combination of the multi-stack marker and the tank buster did about the same damage as just the stack marker in Heroes Gauntlet. So, and a single massive hit is used often enough, which the Berserker did. It used it more than 3 times in a 2-minute time frame. Is scarier than many smaller big hits, which is what Lunar Bahamut had. So, yeah, I would say the hardest one, probably Don Meg. The second hardest one, well, Amarot. And then the third hardest one, I'd probably say either the Twinning or Heroes Gauntlet. One of the two. With Anamnesis Annihilator close behind because of that ad phase. And the second boss. Yeah, that's my perspective. Also, hey Angel, I hope you're doing well. And Zanite says, just got level 80 White Mage. Congratulations! Now we have wings! Odell says, it is a reference, Anamnesis Annihilator. The theme of the dungeon is also a jazzy rework of Sastasha's, and that does not surprise me. I felt like the comparison between like the great mechanic and the great mechanic in Sastasha normal was such a clear reference that the only reason why you wouldn't get that it was a reference was because you didn't realize that there were greats in the Sastasha normal. Which, by the way, the greats in Sastasha normal actually mess themselves up. Like, I don't know how many of you have actually seen the ads spawn in Sastasha normal on the final boss. But the reason why they usually don't is because each set of greats can be skipped by damaging the boss fast enough. Like, the boss has one set of greats that I think happens on 75% or 80% or something. Then the second set, so the first set is 2 ads. The second set is 3 ads. And the third set is 4 ads. It hit for like 10% of the damage the boss does, by the way. But I think the first set comes at 80 or 75%, the second set comes at 60 or 50%, and then the third set comes at 25 or 40%, something like that. And if you make it to the second set before the first set actually spawns, then the second set will cancel the first set. So like the grades will start to like splash around and rumble. And then their timers will reset when you hit the first skip mark. And then they'll reset again on the second skip mark. And in your average Sastasha group, you will kill the boss after that. Like, the third set doesn't happen. Glad to hear that, Kids and Echo. A little like a little evaluation. I think it's a little fitting because the first dungeon we did on the Solo Challenge stream was obviously Sastasha in this series because it's the first dungeon, which we soloed the Scholar. Which I don't like. In retrospect, I feel like we learned. Someone mentioned. I can't remember if it was Skeletal Orchestra or Matthew J. Maybe Sertle. Someone mentioned that, oh yeah, you could also do it with Gunbreaker, it's way easier. And then we did like, I think we did like 3 or 4 dungeons in a row, like in sequence in our Realm Reborn dungeons as Gunbreaker, where we weren't basically not wearing anything but a chest piece or something like that. And then I think we had accessories, I can't even remember. But we removed gear to make it harder, and we were playing on minimum item level, silent echo and everything. And the only reason we were wearing a chest piece is because we're modest, of course. The beginning of Kai's bi-monthly cardio. Yeah. And somehow, Warrior managed to still get bi-monthly cardio in. Somehow, we found a way for Kai to have to kite. With a melee job. Incredible. Right, so what this means is that, well, next solo challenge stream, I would either have to circle back and do like reattempt dungeons that we failed previously that might be possible, or I would need to like start the stream with having like 3 helpers that can help me like enter every Endwalker dungeon, so they just leave immediately once we get inside, so that I can solo the dungeon. Like that, those are the options. Cat Damon says Shadowbringer Nation Flash was more like 45% of the damage dealt absorbed. Fair enough. Lasted 8 seconds instead of 6 and absorbed all damage, not just weapon skills. Fair point. I wasn't entirely sure if Nascent Flash was 6 seconds or 8 seconds in Shadowbringer, so I didn't bother. Like I decided to not mention it, but that now that you say so as well, I do agree. Yeah. But and the fact that it affects all damage is of course also helpful, because it means that you could also heal from Upheaval and Onslaught. But it's not like a huge difference. Because also in Shadowbringers, Onslaught and Upheaval cost Beast Gauge. So unless you were using them in Inner Release, which had a 90-second cooldown back then, like, they had a cost. Like, Upheaval you would use on cooldown anyway, but maybe not Onslaught. So I think it's complicated to calculate the value exactly, but if it was like 45%, then Nascent Flash would probably be a bigger burst heal on a single target, because you could, you know, do double Inner Chaos. VX says, is there any dungeon that you couldn't do but think is possible? Let's see. Let me just turn this off so I can target multiple. Bravelock's Longstop I gave up on, but have since discovered is possible. Like, as in, it can be done. I know it can, because, well, you know, Wrath Games did it. Ismail Darkhold, I knew could be done. but again gave up on it because it was too hard to do the trick that was necessary, and I had already spent like 2 or 3 hours doing it because we had to go out, if I remember correctly, and come back in, or something to that effect. But it can be done. There are a bunch of A Realm Reborn dungeons that we didn't even try because I was just like, well, let's do a few of them and then move on to Heavensward. So like, we could attempt the ones we never tried, for example. That could also be interesting after we've done like Endwalker stuff. In Heavensward, well, the Aerie is not possible. Like, the only way you would be able to beat the Aerie is if you brought a friend along. Like, you would have to have a friend to either, one, eat the Sable price so that you can save them, or two, you get the Sable price and they help you. Like, basically, you would need to bring a friend to break the kill mechanic. But if you did that, then the dungeon is doable. There's also... this also applies to Balz's Wall, because the final boss are good old sloppy Ilbert. If you brought a friend to break the chain, then you might be able to do that. It would probably have to be a healer, specifically because warriors, like in both of these, because warrior wouldn't be capable of healing the other person. I feel like there's another one in this level range, or maybe I'm forgetting. Play one character with your hands and the other one with your feet, still solo. I have seen your question, say I'll get to it shortly. Right, Arf, the final boss has a DPS check that a warrior cannot do alone. I don't even know if 2 players can do it alone. Like, can do it in a duo. So, like, that one, again, is like, that's not going to happen. So, like, those dungeons where I'm like, you need another person, I feel like that would kind of, like, ruin the spirit of the challenge. But if you were to play through the game, like, as a solo challenge from level 1, it would be worth noting that you might be able to do it. Old Aerie would be soloable. Old Aerie also had Sable Price, Angel. It crowd controls the tank until they die. If there's no one else. Like, that's the one thing that kills you, and that didn't get removed. Unless you're suggesting that it'll be used on Estinian instead. Demon says the biggest buff to self-healing with Endwalker is how easy it became. I mean, yeah, it's that because you don't have to do any real big prep to get most of the healing, it makes it a lot easier to just spam it out. In Stormblood, I think the one we couldn't beat was... I think it was only Gimlet Dark, actually. And also we had problems with Castrum Abani, as I mentioned. That one would be worth revisiting, because as I said, I didn't feel like I got enough time to actually try. Like, we ran out of time before I was absolutely sure whether I could beat it or not. But it felt very impossible. Gimlet Dark had a DPS check that I'm pretty sure we couldn't beat. I do recall doing it with Blue Mage after, just to show that we could. And in Shadowbringers, none of the dungeons that we had to give up on was doable. Like, there's like 3. Right, to Sayas' question says, I have a question. How does Bloodspiller Blood Gauge work? I know that sometimes I use Delirium and SMAP, Bloodspiller, and I'm guessing Smash Bloodspiller. It gives Blood Gauge and sometimes it doesn't. Bloodspiller does not generate any Blood Gauge. However, at level 66, Blood Weapon grants 10 Blood Gauge per weapon skill or spell, basically per GCD you use during it, up to 5. So if you happen to have an overlap of Delirium and Blood Weapon, then Blood Spiller will appear as if it is generating Blood Gauge, even though it isn't. There's another thing that might be easy to miss with Delirium is that Delirium, in addition to making your next 3 Blood Spillers and Quietus free, so you can spam them out, is that they also restore MP. Blood Spiller restores 200 MP per use, and Quietus restores 500. I'm not 100% sure on why that is, but I'm guessing that it's based on the fact that your 1-2-3 combo generates 600 MP every 3rd GCD with Siphon Strike, while your 1-2 AoE combo generates 600 every 2 GCDs with Stalwart Soul. So to make it a little bit like more seamless, you could say, they give slightly more MP for the AoE attack. I guess it also means that you might have an incentive to use Quietus on single target if you end up in an awkward spot where you're out of MP but you need TBN right now. Because then, like, if you use Delirium and Blood Weapon and then Quietus, you generate 1100 MP. So you could, in 3 GCDs, afford a TBN if you needed it. But that would be, like, a super specific trick, which is used to fix a mistake. But yeah, thinking about Endwalker dungeons, I think that Tower of Zod should be doable. It'll be hard, but I think it's doable. Tower of Babel? That depends on whether there's a DPS check on the final boss in that intermission. And Vanaspati? Nope, there's nothing there that you couldn't do. In Hyperborea? Yeah, I think that one is mainly on whether you can survive the bursts of damage also. Like, there's something you have to interrupt, but you can interrupt that on your own. Aeshia Scope? Again, no, there's nothing. Dead ends? I think the scary one there is that the final boss has a stack marker and the final boss hits ridiculously hard. But then after that, Failed Court of Troya might be one where it would become a problem, because there is a DPS check there with the ads on the final boss. And the same thing with Lapis Manalis, where the final boss has a DPS check with some secondary targets. And yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Exactly, Sana. That's what I'm thinking is I don't actually remember if it is a DPS check. I don't actually remember if there's like a bar that is filling while it is happening. Ogadamaji says, I know that Warrior can solo that final boss of Zod. Oh, and the back half of the final boss of Babel, because in my story clears, that's what ended up happening. That is pretty funny. But yeah, that would be it. Like, basically, Tower of Babel, Fell Court of Troya, and Lapis Manalis are like the 3 that might be outright not possible because of DPS checks. Dead ends, as Girihin mentioned, there are bosses with Doom, so you just have to get good, don't get hit, then it's probably possible. The bosses also hit really hard, and the item level sync is tighter than in the rest of the max level dungeons. Well, I think. You see, dead ends, 30 item level gap here. Smileton 60. Dreamscape 60. Legacy 40. Call of Troya is almost 60 again. Lapis Manalis 40 again. Aetherfont is, well, 55, right? And Subterrane is 40. Like between the minimum and the maximum. So dead ends would be the hardest on the gear check alone, you could say. But if we can, like, I guess what the plan will be then is that if I can, like, scrounge together 3 people that are willing to just help me enter the dungeon, then we can do Endwalker stuff in solo challenge. And if I can't, then the backup plan can be going back and doing Brave Locks again, or attempting the male Darkhold and attempting Castra Mabania again. See if it can be done. But yeah, the thing is that you wouldn't actually have to, like, stand at attention for the entire dungeon. It would just be like at the start of the stream so that we can start the first dungeon. Then, like, as I'm getting close to finishing the final boss, it might be a good idea to stand ready to, like, engage the next dungeon, and that's pretty much it. And given that in Shadowbringers the bosses took like 10 minutes each most of the time, and a lot of content can be done in under 10 minutes. Like, you could do Trial Roulette, come out, do normal Raid Roulette, and come out, and I would still be in the middle of the Lunar Bahamut fight. So, like, it would just be a matter of, okay, I'll be ready for like 10 to 15 minutes, and then when I'm in, you have like 90 minutes where I'm doing up to 90 minutes where I'm doing this, probably an hour at least. But we'll figure that out as we get closer to that. After Subterrane, you can solo 100%, I'm sure. I could imagine none of the bosses have anything that that requires multiple players. So it's only a matter of, can you survive the stack markers? I believe the first boss in Lunar Subterrane has a stack marker, right? I think so. And the second boss absolutely has a stack marker. I don't remember if the third boss does. But the reason why I'm always focused on stack markers is, of course, because if a boss is well balanced, then the tank buster is going to do less damage than the stack marker. It's just that the stack marker is spread over 4 players, so it's not nearly as painful. So that means that when I engage a boss, the stack marker is the much more scary mechanic compared to the tank buster. Cannon says, I don't think the first one does, but you have Doom. That's true. The only way you can get Doom on the first boss is if you mess up the mechanics, and I feel like the one thing that makes that fight hard is usually that the spread markers he puts out forces you to, like, only one person really can be, like, 1 or 2 players can be in the safe square, but if you're alone, you can just, like, stand in the safe square, and if he's going to, like, do, like, the checkerboard pattern attack, and that square isn't safe, you can just step to the left and step back to the right. So, like, the probability of failing a mechanic on that fight alone is extremely small. Oh, right, the third boss, yeah, he has the line stack. But yeah, the first boss's Doom mechanics are negligible because they, like, you can just, like, most of his mechanics rely on messing up your position, you forgetting where the safe spot was and then getting hit, or you greeting if you're like a caster or something. Exactly, Darth. That's kind of why I'm like, I mean, if you're well acquainted with the mechanics, which I am, then you're not going to get hit by Doom. Like, that was also the thing that I said about the Necromancer in Heroes Gauntlet, is that that was the boss I was most afraid of, like, out the box, because I knew she could apply Doom, but the mechanics she had that applied Doom were very predictable, so unless you did, like, so as long as you played carefully, it didn't matter. So yeah, it is usually stack markers. If it's something where the threat is that you can mess up a mechanic, then it's a little bit like the twinning, where I said the Tycoon, perfectly doable alone, but it's very strong, so you need all of your cooldowns are on deck, so you don't have the space to also eat some Vuln stacks. Like, that's too much. You don't have cooldowns for that. So it'd be similar to that. Which also means that the second boss in Lunar Subterrane would be scary on account of, well, you'll have to choose between being extra careful and going to a spot you know for certain is safe, or greeting. And the question is whether it's necessary, and this is something that has been building. If I remember correctly, we were able to beat Stormblood dungeons in under 50 minutes a lot of the time. Several of the Shadowbringers dungeons took over an hour to beat from start to finish, and that didn't include me stopping up to read some lore on Lunar Bahamut and something like that. That was just me going, and then it still took over an hour. So if Endwalker has trash packs that take so long and bosses that take so long because they're so chunky that it takes 85 minutes to do it, then the second boss having this kind of intermission where it dashes around the arena can be a problem, because it's wasting precious time. So there's a lot there. And it is very possible that I go, oh yeah, the entire dungeon is soloable. Unfortunately, everything has too much HP, so you can't actually beat it in time, or something like that. That is an absolutely very possible reality. Given how the mobs have more and more HP, the only time where that came up previously was when I decided to not do minimum item level anymore in post-game dungeons, because, well, Scholar seemed pretty doable solo. Wanderer's Palace seemed to be doable solo with Scholar or a tank, but not at minimum item level. At item level 45, it took 3 minutes to kill one mob. And you had to get one mob because you didn't have enough HP to kite them. That says it's very easy to find a safe spot on bug bars when you have pillars left, but you will run out of pillars and so that's true. Which would make it easier, as I recall. But it's more so that if the boss does enough damage, then you might not be willing to risk accumulating vulnerability stacks by greeting. If you're one teensy tiny bit too much to the side, you might get sniped. Yeah, exactly. Irene, when the pillars run out, the boss just doesn't there's no longer the line AoEs happening as an aftermath of the dashes. And fun fact on that, when I did Lunar Subterrane on release day, we had a pre-made. I'm not sure why or how, but we actually ran out of pillars. But if I recall correctly, we did kill the boss before they dashed again. So we didn't get to see it, but I can't, the possible scenarios were either he spawns new pillars somehow, or there's no more pillars, so the mechanic just becomes easier. But at least there it makes sense. I just want to point out that with some of these bosses we've gone through in Shadowbringers where they just do the mechanic twice and then no more. Here, there's actually not any more. Like, the mechanic has clearly run out. Like, maybe if we could see, like, in an Amnesis and Idol, like, we could see, like, an audience. Where we could see that, oh, there's actually exactly 12 dudes here. So after those 12 dudes are dead, the boss stops summoning them. And then we don't ask questions about how the dudes die by you standing on a grate above them. They just like smash through the like into the grate so hard that they just go and then they're dead or something. Sometimes you just can't have enough uptime because of the dashes. That's true, and that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I was thinking about, is that if the trash mobs in the Endwalker dungeons take longer, like, for the most part, the trash packs we've done, where I've been, like, pulling enormous packs, like, to speedrun it as fast as possible, they still take, like, 10 minutes. And then the boss takes 10 minutes. And then the next trash takes 10 minutes, and the boss takes 10 minutes, and the next trash takes 10 minutes, and then the boss takes 10 minutes. So that, like, adds up to nearly an hour, with very few minutes saved there in between. If the Endwalker dungeons, the trash packs, take 15 minutes, then we have 15 minutes of trash pack. We then have 15 minutes of boss, because they're chunky as well. Then we have exactly enough time to kill each pack and each boss. Like, then we don't have time to spare for the weird ant monster to dash around the arena wasting time. Like, hopefully it has less max HP to compensate for that. Which I think it might. Maybe? I haven't checked. Now, that does, however, mean that we have finished Shadowbringers, and we've also finished most of Stormblood and a lot of Heavensward, a lot of Realm Reborn solo. There's a few outliers that we never finished, but with that, there's also the possibility that we'll try to solo something completely different. But if you enjoyed this particular stream and the wonderful people that you've seen in it, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you will find most of them, I'm pretty sure. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel throughout this week. You'll also find the announcement room where you will see links to the new videos and new streams. And you can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. And if you do, then I give you a notification, a little reminder whenever I do post a video and when I do prepare a stream. And you also get an extra reminder around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can be sure you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, then it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system, you know, the thumbs up thing, because that tells YouTube that you enjoyed this stream in particular and you would like other people to enjoy it as well. So thanks so much in advance. I think that's everything. Hey, Justin. Oh, you caught the last minute. Oh. Well, the positive news is that if you did want to see it, then in like a few minutes, it should be available as VOD. So you can watch it from the very start if you want. You can even skip to the cool parts and all that. Although you can do that while we're live anyway. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.